Okay, good evening. This is the Huntley Community School District 158 School Board meeting, February the 10th. It is 6:03. Can we have roll call, please?
Mr. Gentry.
Here.
Mr. Guerin.
Here.
Mr. Troy.
Here.
Mr. Quagliano.
Here.
Mrs. Malenti.
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino.
Here.
Mr. Cray.
Here. Okay, we have a quorum. Everyone's here. I'll make a motion. Go into closed session for the items enumerated in the agenda at 6:03. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Maiorino. Call, please.
Mrs. Maiorino.
Yes.
Mr. Craddy.
Yes.
Mr. Troy.
Yes.
Mrs. Malenti.
Yes.
Mr. Guerin.
Yes.
Mr. Gentry.
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano.
Yes. Closed session for the next hour. Did you hear that?
So we'll be watching.
Have to start again?
Give me the bill. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we're gonna get started here. Thank you, everyone. We're back from closed session. We need to resume in public session. Can we have roll call, please?
Mr. Gentry?
Here.
Mr. Guerin?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mr. Quagliano?
Here.
Mrs. Melendi?
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino? Here. Mr. Cray?
Here. Okay. There is no action out of closed session. Move on to item 4, which is the Pledge of Allegiance.
There we go. Oh, look at, you got it.
Tell us.
There we go.
Hello, this is McCaven Elementary, second graders with us here tonight. And these are students who were chosen by their teacher as people who show great leadership, particularly in our expectations of being respectful and responsible and being involved in their learning. So we're super proud that they were chosen tonight, and they are going to introduce themselves.
My name is Emma. My favorite subject is art. My name is Xander, and my favorite subject is Spanish, since I'm in a dual language class. My name is Jordan, and my favorite subject is art. My name is Kayla, and my favorite subject is art. Hi, my name is Keshav. I'm really happy to be here. And also, I'm really happy that my teacher and my principal chose me to do this.
So proud of you. You ready? Ready? All right, here we go. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we're going to finish it off with be respectful, be responsible, and be involved. That was their idea.
Great job, guys. Thanks for being here. We're happy to have you.
Perfect. A few more. No worries.
Take time.
Nice job, guys.
So, thank you. Thank you. I don't know.
Okay, on to item 5, student recognition. We have Marlow Middle School cheerleading team. Get them in here. Come on, they're in the hallway. Yeah.
Maybe.
off?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, can you hear me?
Yay.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having us here today. We are super excited. My name is Jessica Schmuel. I'm one of the cheer coaches at Marlowe Middle School, along with Jamie Stedman. And we are here today to recognize these awesome kids. We are the second place cheerleading champions at the IESA state competition this year.
Do you want to share anything about your season, or?
No? Yeah, I can share something about our season. We had a really great season. These kids are so talented, it is out of control. Like, they came and they brought in their personality to our routine and made it their own, and they rocked it. Every time we just got better and better, and they wanted it. They wanted it so bad. You could tell when they performed. They did a great job.
Do you want to have them each introduce themselves?
Oh,
And we'll
yeah.
have them come around. What's your name? Yeah, that's your name, yep.
And they were great. And I'm in 8th grade. Hi, I'm Devin Harger, and I'm in 8th grade. Hi, I'm Madison Kelly, and I'm in 8th grade. I'm Allie Aarons, and I'm in 8th grade. I'm Taylor Hansen, and I'm in 8th grade. My name is Cameron Hunter, and I'm in 8th grade. My name is Riley Saldana, and I'm in 8th grade. My name is Lauren Cardinal, and I'm in 8th grade. My name is Leon Kwan, and I'm in 8th grade. My name is Alicia Ramos, and I'm in 7th grade. My name is Chelsea Wallach, and I'm in 7th grade. My name is Nina Jacobelli, and I'm in 7th grade. My name is McKenna Dew, and I'm in 7th grade. I'm Marcy Grade, and I'm in 7th grade. My name is Cindy Gates, and I'm in 7th grade. My name is Lily Lombard, and I'm in 7th grade. My name is Celeste Police, and I'm in 7th grade. My name is Paige Hart, and I'm in 7th grade. My name is Summer Menzer, and I'm in 7th grade. All right, I got like 8 times. Thank you guys. Really
Everybody settled in? You guys good? Okay, we're gonna move on. The agenda, item 6 is public comment. We have just shy of 20 public comments, so I'll remind everyone that we have, public comments that are limited to 3 minutes. When you get to 3 minutes, I'll let you know that you reached it and ask you to wrap it up if you could. So we'll get it started here. Dana Wiley, lead off.
Hi, thank you very much. I just wanted to say, just on a very positive note, how wonderful it has been this week at school for my 2 students. We were very thankful that our district followed the TRO and decided to go mask optional. Our children have decided to be optional at school. And while they are in school and they've decided not to wear a mask for most part, my daughter, who's in middle school, told me on Tuesday, Monday she didn't wear a mask. Tuesday she came in the car and I said, how did it go? And she said, I just want to let you know that I wore my mask in science class. And I said, that's the part of being optional. That's the choice you can make. And I said, what prompted you to do that? And she said, well, my one teacher, her daughter is immunocompromised. She said she gets sick a lot. And so the teacher, she wants to protect the teacher. And I said, I think that's very grown up of you at 14 years old to put somebody else's thought ahead of you. I said, and that's why we were fighting as a community for you to be able to have that option. And I said, did that make you feel good? And she said, yes. So those are the type of things that I think that you, as our elected officials and people that are in our school district, I thought that you needed to hear that positive feedback. The energy that I have felt from my two students, one at high school and one in middle school, has been amazing this week. So thank you very much for following that. Thank you very much for letting us participate and show them a little bit about like how our society and our government and our community can work together. So thank you.
Thank you. Chief Mafia?
Hi, I've attended a few of these meetings, first time I'm speaking, so I came here, I really wanted to thank all the parents here in D 158 for this reunion, and the support and all their efforts in bringing a growing parent group together. I think from what I see on Facebook, over 1,000 members in the Facebook. So I think that parents matter again, and I think that's important to understand. My hope is that the parent group here will be able to gain more influence with you guys in the school board as parents of our children, and then be part of, let's say, as part of parents, and then the teachers, then hold the teacher, be on the same par as a teacher union, and be able to influence you guys as a parent group for our kids. I also hope that the D158, I hope you guys keep the mask option going forward, just as the school board voted last week on Sunday. And you also have those plans back in August. So again, I hope that we continue to let our kids breathe. And lastly, my biggest worry as a parent is the future mental health that these last 2 years have really caused our kids. And the increase in teenage suicide, anxiety, and depression has really hurt it. And I hope that we could get over that by moving on as normal as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Corinne Burns, please.
Hi, my name is Corinne Burns. I'm part of the District 158 Parent Union Group. I'm so glad that the district went to mask recommended. Our parents have been fighting for this. It's unfortunate that a lawsuit forced your hands. We were told back in August, when the law allowed, you would unmask our kids. So why fight to keep them on legally in the original case, and why join the appeal? Our parent union is strong and growing. In October, we raised $5,000 in 4 days to join the DeVore lawsuit. On Sunday, we gathered over 100 parents and students who wanted mask optional in less than 3 hours. I counted 50 parents last night at our meeting. We are honored speakers at the Lincoln Leadership Dinner on Saturday night. We are beginning to have influence in the community. Sunday, the message from the board was they wanted to go mask optional and give our parents a choice. This was voted 6-1. The voicemail and email from Dr. Rowe indicated it was only being done because of the lawsuit, and if there was a state or reversal, you would go back to mask recommended. This is a different message than those of us in the room received Sunday. We, the parents who show up, are not just keyboard warriors. We will continue to show up and hold you accountable to do the right thing. If this ruling is overturned, you need to keep mask optional. It is your choice, and you have to do what is right and stand behind your vote on Sunday. Now for the positive part of my message. My kids left for school Monday with smiles on their faces and came home with the biggest grins I've ever seen. It was their first time ever in school without a mask. My daughter knew it was safe to take her mask off because her teacher wasn't wearing one. They didn't have any negative experiences among teachers or peers. To the staff at McCaben, I say thank you for supporting my children's right to choose not to wear a mask. I was at Walgreens the other day with my 5-year-old, and at checkout I met an older lady without a mask. She turned to me and said she was so happy for these kids, and my daughter's smiling face literally brought tears of joy to her eyes. This is an issue of freedom. It is so important. It's not just about parents and kids. It's our whole community. As I spend time every day watching the truckers and the protesters around the world, I watched as fellow communities like D300 fight for mask optional and our parents show up in force. As I watch kids get suspended, punished, and isolated in mask mandated schools, I know we the people, we the parents have the power, and it's growing, and it won't be taken back. We are making history, and each of you elected officials and admins have the power to be on the right side of history. I'm not surprised you joined the lawsuit or the appeal, but it's not too late to step down.
Thank you, Corinne. Oh, Nick here. Nick, your last name, sorry about that.
It's okay. When your last name's Curiosity, you will get used to it.
Probably out too late.
All right. It's been a while since I attended one of these meetings. But given the gravity of circumstances, I shelved plans of having a done meeting tonight for my AOL scouts to instead address the board. Last year, my wife and I made the decision to remove all three of our children from District 158 due to the complete loss of faith in the district and its COVID policies. We enrolled our students in a Lutheran private school and couldn't have been happier with our choice. With families that stuck with 158, their children remained mired in at-home instruction while our children were flourishing at their new school, making new friends and getting involved in activities. One of the early memories that still sticks with me is when my daughter Michaela returned to school after COVID quarantine, where my wife and son tested positive. I carried all of her workbooks and other supplies back into the classroom. She was greeted with hugs and cheers from her classmates and teacher. It was a genuine outpouring of happiness and community. It was human. It reinforced every decision that my wife and I made for that school year. This year, my oldest, an 8th grader, decided she wanted to return to 158 to take advantage of the Gifted and Honors program. She's our only child enrolled in the district because, sadly, we had lost faith in the district. That the district filed to try and reinstate the mask mandate only reinforces that mistrust. My family celebrated when the mask mandate was lifted. When I drove my son and youngest daughter to school on Monday, my daughter cheerfully threw a bag of masks up onto the passenger seat next to me and exclaimed, "I don't need these anymore." Even my oldest, the one enrolled in this district, the one that has been most institutionalized by the draconian measures taken by the state over the past 2 years, refrained from wearing a mask. It was a big step for her. With that said, every morning my son cautiously asks me, "Still no masks?" The precariousness of this haunts them because they live in one of the very few states that has school mask mandates still. As happy as he is every morning when I tell him no masks, he refuses to get comfortable because he thinks it's going to be over the next day. Right now, our governor is working to try and reimpose those mandates. At the same time, he announced he's lifting them everywhere else. There is no logic. This winter, at a Blackhawks game we attended, most of the crowd went barefaced, beer always clutched tightly in hand to avoid being masked. 20,000 of our closest friends sharing the same air for 3 hours without penalty in a packed arena. It makes as much sense as wearing a mask in a restaurant until you are seated. I want to implore the board to respect the choices of the families to wear a mask or not. I'm not asking you to ban them for anyone. I just ask that the district give us the same respect they would give to those that they choose to wear them, and leave it as a matter of personal choice, as it should have been from the start.
Thank you, Dick. Kimberly Singer?
Hello, my name is Kim Singer, and I'm part of the District 158 Parent Union. I'm thankful that our board has gone mask recommended for this school day, but I wanted to address our buses and our after-school activities. Someone wrote our parent union stating, "My daughter attends Merlot Middle School. Bus driver route 204 mandated that she wear a mask on the bus. She threatened her that if she refuses to wear a mask, she'll be removed from the bus and forced to walk home." Not only is this behavior from an adult unacceptable, but it brings shame onto our district. Are they allowed to mandate masks on buses, is what she asked. We know the court decision does not specifically address this issue. Attorney Tom DeVore, who represented the named parents in 158 and other Illinois districts, maintained that buses at each district are district property and that mask mandate does not apply to school buses because it's a federal mandate for public transportation only. Legally, under Section 5302, Title 49, our government specifically excludes school buses from the definition of public transportation. We encourage you to read the President's executive order on promoting COVID-19 safety in domestic and international travel on whitehouse.gov, which states that mask order applies to all forms of public transportation as defined in Section 5302, Title 49, United States Code. In this, school buses are excluded from the public transportation. The TRO covered the named students on all school property, regardless of the purpose. Before and after school activities, including sports and extracurriculars, are requiring masks right now. We were under the impression that masks were optional for all school-related activities on school property at all hours, as they should be, just like you're honoring us tonight. Coaches at the high school are making the students wear their masks and are being yelled at when they slip down under their nose after hours of exercise. These kids should not be wearing masks while physically exerting themselves. That's extremely dangerous. And now the masks are optional. They should be optional at those sports. Earlier this week, quoted one of the coaches that ISHA requires masks for sports. However, this guidance does not supersede the law. We urge you to look up the executive order and do the right thing by making masks optional on our buses and our after-school activities, especially sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Chrissy.
No, sorry, that was. Yeah, that was our daughter.
It's Chrissy Wasiel is what it looks like, W-A-S-I-E-L-E.
No, I'm sorry, that was a mistake I did.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay, no problem. Not a problem. Next would be Camden Rayna.
Hi, my name is Camden, and it's been 2 years now that I've been wearing these masks, and I haven't really enjoyed it at all. I feel punished, very punished, having to wear masks. I hope it could at least be optional when we have the chance to wear masks or not. I can't see the emotions of friends too well because I'll have to look at their eyes. Somebody could be crying, but they just look tired because their eyes are watery. I'm so happy that this week we were able to take down our masks and have the option to. I hope it could be optional for at least another week. Sometimes schools teach us to follow the science that masks are good for you, even though doctors say they're not. When I see adults not have to wear masks and I have to, I feel punished once again. Because they get to take down their masks and I have to keep them on. I really don't enjoy seeing that. And why can't schools just be like restaurants? When you enter the classroom, you can sit down at your desk and take your mask down. There are only one type of mask that we don't even use that can prevent us from getting COVID. And there are 45 states, there's 45 states that don't have to wear masks, and I hope we can make that number 46 at least a bit of it. Thank you.
Hey, Camden, you did an exceptional job. You got a career in public speaking. You made eye contact the whole time. I don't know how you did that, but you did a fantastic job. Great job. Juliet Donati, I think it is.
Good evening. So I'm going to be the one that's probably booed. I'm not quite understanding the anger that I sometimes feel when it comes to masks. It's a mask. I don't feel like I'm being threatened or Camden did a great job, or punished for wearing a seatbelt. It saved my life. I follow the science. If a mask is going to save my life or my child's life, I don't understand. My child never has come home crying because he's wearing a mask. He's never not wanted to go to school because he's wearing a mask. He takes by what I say. And if I tell him that this is something that's necessary, he does it. It's not a problem. Hopefully it's not for much longer. But if there's still not enough people out there that are vaccinated, and by me wearing a mask, I could get somebody sick. I don't know that person. I don't know they're immunocompromised. And I get them sick. That's probably the worst thing that could happen. So, yes, I want to get rid of my mask. I will be the first person that starts a bonfire and we can all toss them in there. But I think right now we just need to make sure that if we do remove them, that we are following the science and that we are doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Julie. Margaret Chase.
Hi, I'd like to say thank you for following the pro. My kids have had a fantastic week. I was able to see my kids' face playing basketball today without her inhaling a mask. But I'd also like to say everyone here is right. Everyone has the right to their own opinion, but we should all be able to choose that, and we shouldn't be forced one way or another. And to do so, masks have to be optional. They have to be optional. The school district says the masks create a protective barrier, but they don't offer any protection. There's only a barrier to growth and learning opportunities. I have 3 kids in the district who are doing great academically. My 7th grader has straight A's. My 5th grader, 3 years of the gifted program. Now let's talk about my 1st grader. She began her career in school on a laptop. She was introduced to a real classroom in a mask and has been hidden behind a mask for the first 2 years of school. She is in interventions for speech, reading, and math. When the restraining order was granted, my 7th grader was hesitant to remove hers because everyone will know what I look like. The mask was just that. It was a mask. It was a tool to hide behind, to deplete her confidence, to hide insecurities. And she did take it off and was forced to put it back on for practice. These kids are having trouble breathing while exerting themselves in sports. And I know people say surgeons wear a mask every day, but a surgeon does not play an hour-long basketball game in a mask. My 5th grader had a child in his PE class who passed out while running the mile in a mask. My 1st grader comes home with stained masks because she must eat her snack under a mask. Partway, she also had difficulty learning letter sounds. We struggled all through kindergarten. Partway through 1st grade, she was found to have a speech impediment. This should have been caught in kindergarten, but the teacher could not see her tongue placement to know that she needed help. The mask hindered the teacher's ability to catch it and took away my daughter's opportunity to learn. Now that she's in speech therapy, I really don't know how it's helpful as she sits in front of an aide, sounding out words with masks on. If masks are so important, then the district needs to provide N95s to everyone. In the past 2 years, no one's really worn a mask, meaning everyone wears it below the nose, around the chin, and uses insufficient single-layer masks. The governor's recent announcement was promising until he excluded the K through 12 students. Kids cannot be safe to attend public events such as hockey games, movies, enclosed spaces where they sit elbow to elbow with strangers, unmasked, and then go to school and it's unsafe. Mandates have been applied when it is convenient for the district. Students are sat 3 to 6 feet apart in class, yet jammed like sardines on a bus, which defies the restrictions. You've all said that you want to unmask our students. Please do it. Please do it and give us the option. Instead, the school board is actively fighting the restraining order, which is contradictory to what you said. In the past 2 years, this board has provided a partial education as I see it. The students have not been able to participate fully in anything. My kids have said they don't understand what the teacher's saying and do not want to interrupt for further clarification.
Margaret,
I'm going to wrap it up.
Yeah.
Yep. And A band concert was a muffled performance. The kids worked and weren't fully heard. So if you're going to enforce masks, please provide the correct gear, back it up with evidence that masks do work. And again, I'm not saying either side is right. I'm saying everyone should have the right to choose what is best for their situation. I'm not pro or anti-mask. Everyone should have to choose what is best for their children in their situation, and that's what I'm asking for.
Thank you, Margaret. Jill Cataldo. I can skip her for a second. We'll go with Cecilia Carmen.
Told me not to run. Hi, everyone. My name is Jill Cataldo, and I'm a member of the District 158 Parent Union. This week was filled with joy and smiles for so many teachers and students. It marked a step toward returning to normal for so many of our kids, and our group began receiving email from many people sharing their stories. Inspired by Governor Youngkin in Virginia, the Parent Union also set up a telephone tip line this week for parents, teachers, and staff to share experiences and concerns from the week, negative or positive. And I'd like to read a sampling of them. First, from our parents. What you did lifted a huge weight off all our shoulders. It killed me sending my kids to school with masks. I felt powerless and I just didn't know what to do. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. That's a father named Denny. I so appreciate everything you did for us getting into this lawsuit and keeping us updated. And thank you to you and all the wonderful parents who never stop fighting for our kids. We are not the minority. That's a mother named Maria. This one's from a teacher in D158. Walking in on Monday, my heart was racing. I was so excited to see my students' faces and for them to see my face. My students ran in with open arms and gave me the biggest hug and said, I love seeing your face. I started to cry. They wanted to see my face. And as I was teaching, I saw so many smiling faces looking back at me that it moved me to tears. I always felt these masks were a burden on our students. Another teacher. Seeing students in the hallway maskless made me so happy. I can tell when they look at me maskless, they feel safe and they feel heard. Some say wear a mask to set a good example for the students. I say model for the students that the choices they make are the right ones for themselves, and I want to model that for them. Another teacher. Hi, I'm a teacher in the district. I just want to let you know this group has given me the courage to speak up and speak out against all this tyranny. I had 2 teachers come up to me yesterday to tell me how happy they were that I'm brave enough to walk around maskless, and they cannot because they know they will be judged and treated differently. Message from a D158 staffer after taking her mask off. In the last 4 days, I've had teachers, staff, and secretaries stop me and tell me how brave I am and how they wish they could too, but they are afraid of backlash from administration and fellow teachers, not from their students, but from the adults. That said, we have also received multiple messages from parents who have had less than positive experiences this week, unfortunately. This is from a parent of a 2nd grader at McHaven. My son asked me if he could take a mask to school because the kids without masks do not get to play with the other kids or do certain activities. Unmasked have to stay alone at their desk. We have also heard from several parents upset with teachers' reactions on social media to the unmasking. One HHS teacher wrote on his Twitter, a green light to personal choice today resulted in kids thinking they also have a personal choice to be a-holes. I'll edit because we have children in the room. He did spell it out. In his tweets, he called another child a low-life scumbag knuckle dragger for not wearing a mask. A Legee Elementary kindergarten teacher wrote on her Facebook page, kids are excited to see their teachers' faces. Save it and kindly go F yourself. I have the names if you'd like them later. Under the district's Ethics Policy 5-120, Article 4 states personal technology, social media may not be used to share, publish, transmit information about students without proper approval. Are these the kind of messages teachers really should be posting online about 5- and 6-year-olds excited to unmask for the first time in their entire school lives? Our district proudly states it's about all students always, and we feel the decision to make your own choices on masks respects that. It's a shame that some of our teachers don't appear to agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jill. Cecilia Carmen.
I'm not talking about math, so don't worry. Hi, I'm Cecilia Carmen. My kids graduated. I'm from District 158, and one's in finishing college, the other is a top software engineer for a small company. So thank you guys for giving such a wonderful education to my children. I remember when Jessica was the principal. It was awesome. But what I'm here to talk about, I am the waste reduction co-chair for the Environmental Defenders. And just this past Monday, the 31st, we had our sustainability summit on food waste and single-use plastic. And I was so happy to see District 158 there. We had Mr. Reed and Mr. Rosenek, is it? Of Rosenek? Yes, we're there, and they're very interested in starting composting. You know, food waste is a big issue. About 40% of our landfills is food waste, and that even shouldn't be in there. So he definitely wants to start a composting here at the district, and I hope you guys are for it. You know, there's different ways to do it. McSeep is ready on board to work with you all. You could do it where it's just the hauler picks it up, or you could have it gardens in your backyard, in the gardens, and the children can, you know, grow the garden and use the compost for the garden. It's a great learning opportunity. So the defenders are here for you guys. So whatever you need, I'm the chair. And if you need any help starting that composting, talking to haulers, I have their cell phone numbers. We just really want to help the district continue their strive for sustainability. So that's it.
Thank you.
That's it. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Angie Berkeley. The overflow. The overflow?
Hi, my name is Angie Berkeley. I'm a member of the District 158 Parent Union, and I have 2 kids in the district. I first want to say that since Monday, both my kids have come to school maskless, and they are the happiest I've seen them in the past 3 years. Both came home smiling, said they had a fantastic day, and that's a big change from my daughter not wanting to go to school for the past couple months. On a different note, at the end of January, my 9-year-old daughter brings me, sorry, I'm catching my breath, I ran, her school administrative Chromebook crying. She said she felt dirty and ashamed because she watched a video on YouTube. The video's animated, had an innocent title, and an innocent thumbnail, so she clicked on it. Within seconds of me pressing play, I could see that it was not appropriate. There were characters engaging in sexual behavior, not appropriate at all for a 9-year-old. In fact, the whole channel was inappropriate. Plus, there were countless other animated story share channels that are similar. I tried to block the channels, but I was unsuccessful, as a normal way to block a channel doesn't seem to exist on the Chromebook that I found. And I'm pretty technologically well off, I guess. I tried to download a video blocker or a channel blocker for YouTube, but it said only authorized users were able to download it. I brought this attention to the principal, along with screenshots from the video. He initially said filters at the school are different than they were at home, and he would report it to the tech person. The principal got back to me and retracted what he said about the filters and said they were no different at school than they are at home. He said the tech person would contact YouTube, as he believed it was also inappropriate. The one channel that I was talking about has 2.4 million subscribers on YouTube. I doubt they would do anything about that. Although I appreciate the quick response from the principal and the quick report to the tech person, it's still upsetting, and I don't appreciate not being able to filter things like this. Why isn't there a YouTube channel blocker or video blocker installed on these Chromebooks, so things that slip through the cracks can be filtered out? I was naive in thinking that because it's a school-issued Chromebook, that things like this wouldn't show up. There needs to be a better way to filter YouTube, just like the Chromebooks filter websites and flag documents with any swear words or other inappropriate words in them. I know I'm not the only person whose children have come across inappropriate things on their Chromebook, so this needs to be addressed and fixed. Thank you.
Thank you. Joy. Dion? I'm buying into that, okay.
Like you're buying something, yeah. Dr. Rowe, board members, I want to thank you for listening to all of us talk today. I'm a parent of one district student and 2 others that I removed from this district in October 2020. We've been considering allowing one of our sons back into the district. However, that has been paused after recently learning that this district actually appealed the most recent ruling regarding masking and other COVID mitigations. Ironically, Mr. Quagliano, you emphasized on Sunday that the district was fully prepared to go mask optional back in August until the illegal mandates came down from the governor. I suspect it has to do more with the ESSER funds, and as the superintendent in Palos Heights most recently was caught reminding her staff in writing that, quote, not adhering to other mitigations when we remove one could put our federal grant relief dollars of $1.3 million at risk, as mitigations are expected as part of those guidelines for receiving the ESSER funds, end quote. And you, Dr. Rowe, you ended the last board meeting stating how you truly hoped this community would come together, that the divisiveness would end, and that we could truly heal. How is that possible when a district is only one of several that appeals a ruling against our children? A ruling that is already being appealed by the governor who supposedly made you mask our kids in the first place. Can you understand why the community doesn't trust you? Can you understand how you share in the responsibility of the divisiveness? I think the lesson learned here is stop being blackmailed for funding at the detriment of our kids. I think it's clear that there are individuals that truly feel passionately about wearing a mask, and that's their right. Within the last couple of weeks, we can find not only right-leaning or left-leaning media stating that one-way masking is all that you need if you feel that you must protect yourself, and that there is no need for individuals to wear masks to protect others. The science just isn't there. Medical advisors on both sides now believe that masks should not be worn in school and certainly should no longer be mandated by government or school boards, but rather shift to an individual responsibility as a family. I think we all agree with them. However, it should have been that way all along. Fortunately, you voted to go back mask optional, which we were very thankful for, but there are still issues. Mask optional needs to be for everyone in the school building, not just during school hours. That includes before and after school care, sports, and the park district. You can't pick and choose. It needs to be addressed immediately. You have no right to mask any children in any of your buildings at any time of the day. Lastly, if this TRO is appealed, I would urge you to cautiously consider your decision before you reverse your decision on being mask optional. I think you all are aware of what's going on in other districts, and I urge you to stay the course and continue mask optional, regardless of whether it is appealed. As most districts know, that even in the event of an appeal, the governor is likely to affirm local control, which I'm understanding from Mr. Quagliano's comments from last Sunday, that would be mask optional. It's time to make the decision no matter the outcome of the case. And knowing that most likely you will be served with many lawsuits if you do reverse your decision in the event of an appeal, I would urge you to take a stand like 20 other districts did before this ruling even happened. ISDE has not come down on those districts. Mr. DeVore offered to represent any school district for free that wants to stay mask optional. In the event that that appeal happens, I would urge you to take that offer and not spend any more taxpayer dollars on lawsuits that you know you most likely will lose. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Looks like Richard Rizzo, is that right? There he is.
How's everyone doing?
Good, how you doing?
Not too bad. Before the semester, I was actually here once. I've become quite involved, seeing how this is kind of unfolded. I asked you guys once a couple simple questions, and that is, was it safe to return to school? If it was safe to return to school, why are we wearing masks? And if it's not safe to return to school, why aren't we doing e-learning? I still have yet to hear a cogent response on why mask mandate was the answer. Didn't seem logical at the time. Because in my opinion, education should be driven by local needs and should reflect its community. Local school boards are relied upon to be the stewards to ensure proper administration of schools and to ensure that they reflect and adhere to the needs of the individual communities while striving to maintain and strengthen the academic standards. I've heard from many parents in these meetings give testimony that one of the factors they use to determine where they move was the strength of our school district. It can be easy to start evaluating this considering the quality of our schools, discussing the facilities and buildings, the teachers, staffing, and administration. As someone who lived here for 20 years, I've watched much of this growth in our district. I can confidently say that the biggest reason that our schools have the reputation they do is the great people of our community. These good people who are for decades have been setting their children brought up with good, hardworking Midwest values that include an important place on getting quality education. These are the great building blocks of our schools, and it begins and ends through the great people of our communities. The situation with the authoritative mandated mask has shown myself and others that this board is willing to embrace questionable practices without the fortitude or wit to stand up for the values of the community. In the process, words like science, studies, medical community has served as a substitute for discussion and a vehicle enforcing the most unscientific mandate that most certainly has no accurate and full data sets and actual studies to bolster it. Only the use of conjecture and emotional coercion to browbeat and subjugate the community and our children. I've tried to avoid using this assembly as a scapegoat for what is blatant federal and state overreach, attempting to sneak, push, and/or coerce a leftist agenda into our educational curriculum. This includes health mandates, contrived social issues, which are almost entirely vehicles to begin the dissemination into our school's curriculum, based in whole or in part on fringe and flimsy theories. I can see that this body is either ambivalent, apathetic, or acting as a willing proxy for an agenda, a leftist agenda, being embraced and pushed by the governor of the state, J.B. Pritzker. Right up through the U.S. Department of Education, we've all heard of instances of these fringe opinions and causes being pushed in our schools, and now they're becoming more and more frequent to the point that it cannot be denied that these are the very things are being adopted and promoted from within. It's coming from the top down, and unfortunately, this begins and ends with this assembly. You guys are the ones in control, and looking the other way is not going to cut it. I've seen a lot of concerned, upset folks that have taken hours out of their days to be here. For every one that's here, there's 100 more that want to be here. From what I've seen, this body has shown no indication or ability to stand up for what makes this community great, what made this school district what it is, the great people of our community. If anyone on this board does not possess the desire or fortitude to do that, then it's best for everyone in time to move on and get someone in that can. Let's stand up for it, because masks are the only option. It's optional. It must be optional.
Okay, Richard, you need to wrap up, please.
I will.
Thank you.
And the reason that mask choice is the only option is because this is not Chicago, this is not Cook County, this is McHenry County. This is our community. It does not belong to J.B. Pritzker or any other leftist whim he cares to entertain from Springfield. Thank you.
Danny Athens, please. Danny Athens.
Who's Danny? He's in the other room.
Yeah, no problem.
Danny.
By chance, I can put her on deck. Is Cassie asleep over here? Yeah, Cassie, can you come up first? We'll let Danny go next.
Hello, good evening, everyone. So I just want to say, first of all, thank you for making masks optional, at least for now. And I was really happy that, I didn't expect that, to be honest. And I'm really happy. Also, thank you for many emails that I exchanged with Mr. Rowe. He put my mind at ease at some things, but as far as masking, that's not one of those things. When I found out that there is an appeal for kids to, again, come back to masking, that really broke my heart. My daughter was so happy when she went to school. First day, she was afraid to take her mask off. Second, normal, nothing. 3 of the kids in the classroom are not wearing masks, which are wearing masks, are wearing masks, which is okay. No one is bullying anyone. Everything is fine. Everyone has their personal choice. The key is personal choice. So I don't think we should be placing an undue burden and obligations on our children to stop adults from contracting an illness that we already have measures for. We have vaccinations. We can, basically vaccinations, that's what we have. And then whoever doesn't want to vaccinate, then that's their personal choice as well. So I think protecting their mental, social, emotional health and development is more important, and that's our top priority. I'm asking you to withdraw your appeal. I don't want masks. Our kids are happy, and anxiety and depression doubled during the pandemic among our kids, and I know that. Also, even personally, my nephew lost a year and a half of his teachings. He has speech delay, he has sensory issues because of Governor Pritzker's mandate. He was not able to go to school, and for 2.5-year-olds to have a Zoom, teaching them to go to Zoom and teaching him speech, I'm sorry, that's not going to work. He was not interested in that. And because of Governor Pritzker, again, mandate, and was unwilling to do a medical exemption for him, he lost a year and a half of schooling, which would really greatly benefit him. Meanwhile, and I don't want to do this, but meanwhile, his children enjoy being maskless in Florida and God knows which other states. So I don't understand why he's punishing our kids and he's making our kids wear masks when his own do not wear masks. And they prove that with pictures on Facebook and everywhere else. So that's one thing that I don't understand. The second thing, please do not, if you grant us option as far as the mask goes, we will not be divided. We will have the option because this is a personal and family choice, and mutual respect should be given to every choice. So basically, this is United States. This is not North Korea or anything else. So please, this is the land of free and home of the brave. So please, withdraw your appeal and show us that you actually care for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Katya. Is Danny Evansville? Yeah. Come on down.
Sorry about that, I was
No,
with
it's
my
no
kids.
problem. No problem.
Good evening. My name is Danny Athens, and I'm a member of the District 158 Parent Union. This is my 5-year-old daughter. She is the oldest of my 3 children. This is her fate. This is the child that was denied an education within this district because we refused to have the school mask her for 7 hours a day and 5 days a week. She is beautiful, her soul is vibrant, and she is so, so smart. I want you to look at her and realize the amount of stress that was placed upon her because this district wouldn't stand up for her sooner. She is 5 young years old, and 2 of those 5 years have been discounted. I could only hope that one day she receives the apology that she deserves. I found the parent union this summer as I fought for my child to start kindergarten without a mask on her face. Unfortunately, that didn't come to fruition. I could have given up and retreated to our alternate plan to homeschool, but I knew that I must continue to fight for other children so that my own children could attend school here one day. After all, we did move to this district for the school system. Our parent union seeks transparency, advocacy, and accountability from the school board, administration, and staff throughout District 158. When we talk about stopping division and finding a common ground, we feel that transparency, along with choice, could have diffused and eased so many situations we have encountered over these past 2 years. The political and bureaucratic game we've been playing is exhausting. It needs to go. We need to get back to the main focus, and that is our children. We need to be able to trust our leadership. To be honest, that is a far way off for me, but I do want to get there. Advocacy. As I sat here for 2 years wondering when someone who had power within the system was going to advocate for my child. Crickets. Thankfully, our parent union has grown over the past several months. If those within appointed and voted upon positions won't advocate for our children, then it is our duty as parents. We ask you to join us. While mask optional seems like we're meeting in the middle,
I can't help but feel it is not sincere, especially as it has been presented alongside the verbiage of, well, this thing may get overturned. If you believe our children should have choice, then advocate for them. Accountability. These are your schools. These are your teachers. Bias from administration and teachers need to be checked at the door. As I work towards my own teaching certification, that was one of the first things I learned. I know there's a lot to keep track of. I get it. But when I heard of a kindergarten teacher within the district who wrote on social media that the unmasked need to kindly go F themselves, my jaw dropped. That could have been my unmasked child in her class. That's the school she was supposed to go to. That teacher needs to be held accountable per your social media conduct for staff policy. Transparency, advocacy, and accountability. 3 simple ways to build trust, crush division, and honor our children. Tonight, I reach out to all families to join us in this journey. Our children deserve it, and we have a long road ahead of us. Please visit district158parentunion.org to learn more. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Jill Farrar.
Hello, and good evening. My name is Michelle Farrar, and I am a parent at District 158 sixth grader. I have a daughter who graduated from this high school, from Huntley High School in 2011. I've got a niece graduating this year and about 5 other nieces and nephews from first grade on up that are currently in this district. I wanted to start off by saying that I love District 158. Like so many other people, I chose to move here because of the school district. I've had amazing experiences. My child has an IEP. I've had amazing experiences with the teachers, the school, the staff, everybody. But I'm concerned right now. Right now I'm here because I am definitely concerned about, obviously, about the most recent information. The school board is choosing to appeal this mask mandate. Our kids do not need to be remasked. They just don't, right? And you guys are using our taxpayer dollars to fight it. That's concerning as well. What I don't understand is why would you guys join this appeal if, like Mr. Quagliano said, we were really looking in August to move to mask optional. I would like to talk about the governor's announcement on Wednesday, right, saying that he wanted to roll back these requirements starting March 1st, but not for the schools. Kind of doesn't make sense. You know, I have to be honest. Right now, it just kind of feels like the whole thing is turned into a power struggle with a dictator who's more about control than doing what's right. It's sad, and it's very sad to know that you guys are in a position where you're risking losing funding, right? If you guys don't follow the rules, right? But what's more important, right? The money or our kids? I was told that you guys are unable to even step away from the appeal process that you guys joined. I think that that's not right. I don't know why you guys would not be able to step away from that, but I don't think that that's accurate. I urge you to check into that. And at this point, too, if we don't take a step forward, we're just going to continue to live like this, right? And if you guys think that the mental health of our kids has suffered, if we continue this is the tip of the iceberg. It's going to get worse. It's just going to get worse. I think you guys are going to have some big problems on your hands, and that's scary. It's a lot for these kids to deal with. They don't like wearing the masks. They're not used to it. They're not going to get used to it. As you've heard all these, is that my 3 minutes? Oh, I'm sorry. You know, as you guys have heard so many, sorry, as you guys have heard so many, right? So many kids are so happy. We've got teachers unmasking. We've got kids unmasking. And guess what? nobody's getting sick, right? I mean, let's, you know.
Fingers crossed.
Well, thank you guys, yeah, so far. All right, I'm gonna wrap it up, but I'm sorry, I tried to time myself with this before I did this, so I apologize. But I really, I want you guys are leaders, right? And all I'm asking is that be the example, right? I mean, just to show these kids that you guys care about them and you guys, want what's best for them and just be good leaders. I don't want the legacy to this whole thing to be that you guys didn't, fight for them, right? So let them say, hey, my school fought for me. That's all I ask.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Ken, Hatton?
Name's Ken Hatton. I'm the father of two boys, Kane, who's in first grade over at the V, and Aiden, who's in third grade, who also has an IEP. I really just want to share a story of my struggle with getting the mask exemptions, and coincidentally, the story takes place last Friday. So I'm going to read to you an email chain that I have with the principal, Scott Iddings, and it basically started, said, please find your requested documentation from our doctor attached below. From here on out, we will not be sending our children with face masks to school and expect for their exemptions to be honored at all times. Contact me if you have any questions. He said, the McHenry County Department of Health said that Aiden's request is acceptable, that we can start with that as soon as tomorrow, which why you would mask a kid with an IEP in the first place is beyond me, borderline criminal. Also, he said, for Kane's medical exemption, they needed more specifics. So I had to include, what's the condition or disability that's causing the shortness of breath or dizziness? What health consequences would wearing a mask lead to? And how is this affecting his ability to learn? All of those questions were answered in my doctor's note, yet they still made me go back to my doctor and get more of a diagnosis for him. So, the diagnosis got sent back. He says, what the McHenry Health Department is saying is that dizziness is not a diagnosis as it is a symptom. Right now, we don't have anything on our records that show Kane is prone to dizziness as a result of wearing a mask. So because he didn't tell his teachers and he told me first, they were being combative with me. And he says, I don't want to sound combative in any way, but we have to do our due diligence on behalf of all the students and staff at LeGee. As it stands, I will need that clarification to move forward. So this happens last Friday. So I wrote him back and I said, I would bring my son Kane to school unmasked and I will be bringing him personally and we will sort this out. So I had a 1-hour meeting with him, with Kane at the table, explained to him why he should have an exemption, when I shouldn't have to because his doctor is the one that's stating it. What does the McHenry Health Department have to do with it? And what does the school have to do with it? The doctor is stating it and gave him every single piece of information he asked for. Why is the McHenry County Health Department fighting on it? So they said once I got the 2 other pieces of information back to them, that they would go ahead and get back to me. So for that day, last Friday, I said, Kane, we'll go to school then. He'll be able to take masks because I don't want to take him out of school. Aiden, my other son who has autism, had the mask exemption. That was his first day. I go to work. 4 hours later, I get a call. Aiden says he has a sore throat. You have to come pick him up. Okay, go pick him up. They said, by the way, Kane can't come back to school either unless you get tested or you quarantine. So the only day I ever had to pick up my kid from school, both of them, was the same day my one son had a mask exemption. They said he had a sore throat, and because he has autism, he would never use those words. He told me that he was basically coached. They asked him if he had a sore throat to go down to the nurse, and basically what you guys did was harass me and my family. The same exact day. What a coincidence that happened. The same exact day that my son has a mask exemption, I have to go pick him up because supposedly he's complaining of a sore throat. It's absolutely ridiculous that school would even do that to us. Scott Iddings, borderline criminal, what he's trying to do. We're not going to take it. Also, what else do I have here for you guys? Scott said, we're just going to follow the science. How about the science that says cloth masks don't work? And how about instead of following the science, we follow the money? How about Pfizer, record profits? How about Moderna, record profits? You guys are all being played. Every single one of you. You guys need to do what's right for our kids, and know that me and all these people right here, we will fight for our kids till the very end, and that's why we're all here, right? So, we will be fighting for our kids to learn and live normal lives, not lives entrenched in fear, and I suggest you do the same.
Okay, I need you to.
Also, those who give up their freedoms for safety deserve neither. And by the way, please take down these pictures of masked kids. It's like you guys are glorifying this stuff. Absolutely ridiculous.
Courtney Palmer, please.
Good evening, and thank you all for your time this evening. I appreciate it, and to the amazing parents supporting our district tonight. This certainly takes a chunk out of our time with our families at home after a long work day. My name is Courtney, and I've been a parent in the district for 15 years. One of the reasons I moved out to Huntley as a single mom in 2006 is because of School District 158. I love our district. I love the campuses in which the children can experience a comfortable transition from one campus to another, making their middle school and high school transitions less overwhelming. My daughter attended middle school at Marlowe while Scott Rowe was principal. He was always kind and present with both students and parents, and I always appreciated your approach. I remember at different chorus things and games, and so thank you for that. Tonight I planned on coming in to say thank you and to commending this board and our administration for acting as professional as our neighboring district 155 in their peaceful and more seamless transition to mask optional. I've heard reports of almost 80% of students were mask free today. I always felt our district set a precedent for other districts, which today felt so defeating when I discovered our district joined a lawsuit to remask our children. Why are we choosing to go backwards when we haven't even seen our progression forward? Mr. Rowe, my son is a straight A student, and he's been on principal's list for 7 times. He is watching men of your role. Please set an example of a leader. The COVID cases are down, and it's time to stand for freedom of choice, which should be mask optional. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. Carrie Cross.
Hello, I'm Carrie Cross, and this is on behalf of all of our parents from the Parent Union. We are all in this together, so we should all be working together. We used to trust one another. We used to trust you with our children. We did our part when mitigation rules were introduced. We complied, and we were supportive of the schools because we trusted you. Our trust in you extends to who you decide to trust with big, profound decisions. But we told you for months that mandates are not law. We waited patiently for the court to affirm it, and they did. They even called it evil. Trust the science. Our group has presented the science on masks to you for months and even provided supporting research. The science changed? That's a hard no. The science has not changed. The change is that the CDC had no choice but to admit the true science because of the outpouring pressure from the scientific community and a tipping point of public awareness. This has shown just how much the masks have been politicized, and that in turn has polarized our community. Our trust in your sources of advisement regarding the law and science has been severely damaged. You should fire your current lawyers and find new sources for the science. Marching orders trickle down from the top to the MDPH, but the MDPH only advises you. You have the decision power and have always had it. The diminishing of trust also trickles down and now down to you and the board, and the mistrust is growing. Nowadays, everyone is unsure and afraid to trust anybody or anything. How could you with a mask on? You can stop this downright spiral and rebuild trust by doing the right thing, and now is the right time. Even though it may go against the orders from your chain of command, just following orders and just following science is now inexcusable. You know that gut feeling you get when you know something is not right? You should have that gut feeling because something is not right. We've had it for a while now. Isn't it time to start valuing what we have to say? Your product is education. We are the customers. We want a seat at the table. We want to be in the conversation that affects our children, especially because we are the ones who pick up the check. We hear it often that kids are resilient, they'll adapt. If you think kids are resilient, have you met us parents? We are resilient, we adapt. Trust me when I say that we're not going away. The media has not clearly covered enough of the movement that has started around the world, in Canada, in this country, in this state, in this community. You chose to be on the wrong side of the law. You chose to be on the wrong side of science. Are you going to continue to choose to be on the wrong side of history? With great power comes great responsibility. The spotlight is on you. Our kids trust us and who we trust. We trusted you. Do you want to rebuild our trust? Give us a reason to regain our trust in you and your decision-making abilities. Please make better decisions. Because moving forward, if your actions and decisions show that we can't trust you with our children, then we need to replace you with people that we can trust. In due time, maybe sooner than elections, there will be new people sitting in those school board chairs. They control the fate of who sits in the superintendent's chair. What happens next is up to you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, item 7, revision and adoption of the agenda. Lumber, you have a report. Dr. Schlichter.
No, I don't.
Dr. Crandall. Dr. Del Castillo.
That's next.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda, deletions of item 8, 9, 10, and 11, 14. A second from Mr. Gentry. We roll call on that.
Mr. Barron?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino? Yes. Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry? Yes. Mrs. Malinsky?
Yes.
Okay. We're on to item 12. Mr. Altmeyer, monthly fiscal update.
Thank you very much. Just a few items to note. A few of these items I did note at the last month's meeting. The propane bus bid has officially been put out, and we are expecting that back at the end of February. So in March, we will be coming before the board with a proposal and hopefully a selection for those who will provide us propane buses moving forward. Regarding the electric bus grant of a little over $1 million, the good news that we received last month, we continue to move forward with that. The information was located on the state SCADA website. We never really officially received official notification, but we did note that, well, it was on the state's website, and we did accept the grant, and we are currently working with the Bus to Grid team and trying to work together as a team to maximize those dollars from a bid perspective, whether it be for chargers or whether it be for buses. So the team continues to get together weekly to talk about infrastructure, to talk about the types of charging stations, to talk about the types of electric buses and the manufacturers of electric buses that are out there. So hopefully within the next couple of months, we'll be bringing some information to the board forward to keep you in the loop on how we propose to move forward with that grant money of a little over $1 million. So great news on that front. Other than that, last item to note, really, fiscal year 2022 audit is scheduled for the first week of August. That being said, within the past week, they provided me a new arrangement letter for that audit, so we will be bringing that arrangement letter, that contract to use Evans, Marshall, and Peace. We will be bringing that to the next month's board meeting, so expect that. And that is all I have on fiscal updates. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
What is the levy abatements amount to approximately?
The
Different abatements we have that we filed with the levy.
Well, the two abatements primarily were the abatement for the $11.6 million associated with the forward rate lock in October, as well as the 2016 series of $472,000 that the board approved last month. And those have been filed with the county.
Okay. Very good. Anybody have any questions? Mr. Altmeyer, on his fiscal updates? 12.2 revenue and expenditures report.
Thank you very much. In front of you, you do have the official copy of the December 2021 financial executive summary. If you recall last month, that monthly report was actually completed right before last month's board meeting, and I actually shared the results of December at that board meeting. So we did talk about health insurance having an uptick of $894,000 in claims. We continue to monitor that. That is not specifically driven by large claims. It was just a large influx of claims during the month. Also to note, from a cash perspective, during the month of December, that's when we pay the majority of our bond payments, and we paid almost $9 million in bond payments in the month of December with early January due date. So other than that, we continue to track within budget. Obviously, good news on the interest earnings front. We're starting to see an uptick in interest rates, so that will certainly help us with our current, opportunity with the cash that we do have in our investment accounts. So stay tuned on that in the next several months. Other than that, that's all I have. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, concerns, on any items? Fifteen is an HR report, Dr. Zero.
Just some updates from the Human Resources Department. We are shifting gears and focusing on the 22-23 school years. We start to get ready to get staffed for that upcoming school year. That being said, March, there are some deadlines that we have to meet in terms of school code and also getting seniority lists out for HEA and ESPA. And also, just a quick note and reminder, at the next meeting, we do not do automatic renewals for extracurricular activities. So you will see a long personnel report for the month of March with those non-renewals on it. Take any questions with any of the updates we have on there for dates and timelines.
Can you just give us a general sense of how staffing's gone the last week?
In terms of attendance?
Yep.
It's been very good. So when we came back on Monday, we did have just a little bit of a glitch with some staff members with the last second cancellation of the neighboring school district on District 300. But as we've moved forward this week, attendance has been very good. We've celebrated some high fill rates in our office with my sub-coordinator, Heather Elder, in terms of getting some positions filled as folks had absences and everything for personal days, things of that nature, but in terms of staff attendance, it's been good this week.
Pretty solid.
Yep, very happy.
Okay, good to hear.
I'll actually add to that, student attendance gradually increase each day. We've seen this type of normative, with every big change we've made throughout this experience is that it is a little bit more comfortable as we go on. So that reflects our students as well.
Bus drivers wise, pretty good shape there.
Yeah, obviously, we're still, taking applications for bus drivers, still have some folks, that we're onboarding, going through that process. But definitely still, one of the areas where there's a staff shortage is, you see on the personnel report tonight, we have some retirements from bus drivers coming up. So, that's something we still actively recruit and look to bring folks on.
Questions for Dr. Bear?
Nope.
On item 15, community relations, student outreach. On the clear your throat.
15.1, oh, you're gonna let me do this?
I'm gonna let you do it.
Oh, okay.
I don't need to talk.
15.1, we have the FOIA request right there in your packet. Is there any questions? Okay, we'll move those forward. On the policy committee.
Good evening, thank you. On policy, we have 16.1, policy update, it's being a press policy revision for a first reading.
We brought this last month and we went through many of these in detail, so, back to first reading, if there's any questions, otherwise, we discussed it at this time.
Any questions from the board? Okay, then I will move it to item 17, Mr. Guerin.
All right, number 17, the Curriculum Instruction Committee. 17.1, the Summer Learning Programming 2022 update. Dr. McCrindle, Dr. Del Castillo, and Dr. Schlichter.
Thank you. We are going to give a brief update. It's that time of year when we update the board on our plans for summer school and just take any feedback or discussion. What I will say is that this year it will be remaining substantially the same in terms of program outlines as we've had in prior years. We did experience success last year and saw some good student outcomes. Just a couple of key logistics that we want to highlight first, and then we'll just make a few brief comments on each of the programs. So one of the logistics is that our calendar this year is impacted for the first time by the Juneteenth holiday. So, we always a little bit have to work just within the confines of our calendar. So when the school year ends, when the next school year begins, our calendar gets a little bit compressed each year. And so we always have to make sure, for example, that doesn't always mean we start on a Monday and end on a Friday. We just have to make sure that we count the right number of days in order to get the learning in. So we are going to be celebrating Juneteenth on June 20th, which is a Monday, which means that we won't be holding summer school on that day. That will impact the calendar just a little bit. For our ESY program, it will be exactly the same as it was last year, which is 4 weeks, right in June, and largely 4-day weeks. We are at the secondary level going to have 2 15-day sessions, and we are going to run those consecutively. Our July 4th holiday does not fall in a place where we can take a week off without substantially disrupting learning, as well as just the way that the summer calendar plays out. That would put us finishing so late in June that we would have a large challenge with our technology rollover and some of our operations and maintenance items. And so there is a 4-day weekend right around the July 4th holiday. So essentially, at the secondary level, we will be running for 2 15-day sessions consecutively for every day that the district is open. So it's pretty simple, and we will be communicating with families about that. At the secondary level, also, we're going to be running similar programming to what we have in prior years. So we'll be running learning recovery programs, credit recovery for students that need to recover some of those credits, as well as those get-ahead classes. And like I said, last year, we did have good student results with our learning recovery. We recovered more credit than we ever had before.
At the middle school and the high school and the elementary, for the first time last year, one last piece around fees is that we actually offered all learning recovery programs to our families free of charge for the very first time. We had minimal fees for some of those learning recovery programs prior, but last year we really made that statement of support for our families in covering those costs as a district, and we saw some really good results with that. So this year we are going to maintain that structure. So our fees for our Get Ahead classes at the high school will remain the same, and our fees for our learning recovery program will be free of charge for our families. Again, seeing those results last year, we really want to replicate that. So at the secondary level, like I said, very, very similar for ESY, very, very similar to last year. And at the elementary level, Dr. McCrindle is going to comment on just a few changes that she has proposed.
Yes, so we will be aligning with the same schedule as ESY, doing the 4-day week where students will be in session Monday through Thursday, and doing it in June and finishing up by the end of the month. We're really excited this year to provide all students with a different option for summer learning. And so we have created a menu of options, and our goal is going to be to get every child to plug in some way into some type of summer learning opportunity. So one of the things that our instructional coaches are working on developing is a summer adventure type of idea where students will be able to, from home, do a combination of on their own activities, but practice reading and do some of those skills without having to come to school and do it on their own time and really make it exciting. They've chosen to kind of focus on the 7 wonders of the natural world. So kids will take something and explore that. And then we're really excited because they're going to culminate in creating what their 8th wonder would have been. So I really look forward to seeing what some of our kids come up with and putting that out in front of you guys. The second menu or offering we had is for our students who would be invited for targeted literacy, math, or SEL support. Those are our students who currently are receiving intervention support through the MTSS process. And so that would be in person during the month of June following ESY, the same date, same location, same time. But that will be traditionally what we've been used to receiving to try and keep their summer learning loss to be at a minimum. The last option that we're really excited about trying to push is a summer reading challenge. And so if a child doesn't want to do one of those other options, then just read. And we're going to put some incentives and some awards and prizes and try to just really get and promote that love of literacy throughout our community. And so those are what we're hoping to offer this summer for our K-5 students. And if you have any questions, Dr. Switzer, Dr. DeCastillo, or myself are ready to answer them.
Just a quick question, is there any instance of someone who, like, what's the balance between, like, supply and demand, meaning the people who want it, is there any trouble finding the spot or the time to actually go through with summer courses?
For K-5 or the, yeah. No, I think we are able to offer all students the opportunity. So for elementary, we're focusing on those MTSS students. So all students would have that are in our MTSS process would have that opportunity. And then any other student could utilize one of the other options for summer learning. So.
And just as noted in the logistics in the packet, as always, we work as hard as we can to staff our programming. And so to a certain degree, staffing can be a constraint. I will say that last year it was just a bit. Our summer school administrators worked real hard to get that up and running, but we always prefer to staff our programming with our own in-district teachers. Sometimes we can access student teachers and so forth, but just, very foundationally for example, at the high school with Get Ahead classes, there's a limited number of teachers that can teach some of those classes. And so, last year was a year in which many of our staff members needed to be with their families or had alternate plans, and that can happen any year. So Mr. Kempf is our secondary summer school administrator, and he's already getting out ahead of that, starting to tap people on shoulders. And most years that doesn't turn out to be a severely limiting factor, but just to note that if there is any limitation, that tends to be it, that we run as many sections as we possibly can.
Okay.
Other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you for that report. We'll move to 17.2, the evolution of remote instruction during COVID. Dr. McCrindle and Dr. Switzer.
Right, thank you. We have another update for the board. And what we would like to talk about tonight is a little bit of an evolution in our approach to remote instruction that's occurring this year. And just to clarify, when we say remote this year, this isn't last year's remote. We are required by the state to provide remote or e-learning opportunities for students that are isolated or quarantined. So those have been all year long the only students that have accessed remote learning, and that's going to continue. However, as the context has changed around the virus, around even isolation and quarantine, for example, the days have gotten fewer. So many of our students actually functionally, they don't miss that many days. We want to make sure that the instruction is appropriate and it's really specific. We have identified some challenges as the year has gone on related to remote learning, and you have a front to back page at your desk that just details some of these. So the first is just that for our youngest learners, it is very, very challenging to provide the same amount of attention to the in-person and to the Zoom students. And so when students were outside of the classroom, the teachers found themselves very divided. And in addition to that, parents at home, because the students are not independent, as we know when they're at home, our youngest learners need that significant support from their families. And so some of the Zoom requirements were becoming a little bit burdensome for families as well. The last piece that was posing a challenge for really vigorous Zooming for some of our remote students was that our subs, when they're in the room, can't always access into that system to set up those links for the students. And so we wanted to really streamline the system while still making sure that we served our students well in this new context as things are changing just around us with the public health sphere. So very straightforward, and I'll just comment on the middle school and high school scenario briefly, and then Dr. McCrindle is going to share what I think are some pretty good changes for elementary. At the middle school and high school, we are actually not substantially changing our approach. We've always had an approach that focused on moving learning forward. Many of our teachers Zoomed many periods. We've had some staff say, I just opened the link. Anybody who wants to come in can. We've had others say, well, I teach a science class and I don't really want to make a child sit at home and watch everybody on TV doing a science lab, so I do an alternate assignment. It's really just focusing on that teacher discretion. So students may continue to get some of their asynchronous work. If they're in a blended class, they might have a project that they're already working on and they know what to do. The teachers will continue to check in, stay connected. They may ask their students to Zoom. And so really the message to students is not going to change much at the middle and high school. We're going to continue to move learning forward with that teacher discretion to focus on appropriate learning. Because our students are more independent at that age, it's a lot easier for teachers to take that flexible approach and just stay in good communication. So our principals will be working with our staff on that. At the elementary level, we are seeing some, I think, really positive changes.
Yeah, so as Dr. Schlichter shared, in the elementary classroom, the teachers are trying to teach in person and also remote at the same time, and it's not the same setup as in a secondary classroom. Our teachers are trying really hard to engage both the kids in front of them and the kids at home. And so it becomes difficult to do that and to do it successfully. And so neither child is really getting, the type of learning that they would want to do. And so what our proposed change would be is not having our classroom teachers lead that remote learning instruction. And instead of the classroom teachers leading that, we would utilize our TOSAs, our teachers on special assignment, to check in with cross-district grade level students for about an hour or so a day for live instruction in both literacy and math. And then they would also be designing choice board asynchronous activities, which students were used to doing during remote learning when we were fully in that model or the hybrid model, to receive their learning the rest of the day. And those choice board activities would include specials. It would include literacy, math, SEL related activities as well. But what we're excited about with this change is that it does allow for a student who is home, and if they are isolated because they are positive for COVID-19, if they're not feeling well, we don't want to force that child to get on Zoom and to try to get in the classroom. And I think there has been some pressure from either they feel like they need to do that, and we really just want them to get better. Because just like when you're not feeling well, sometimes you need to take some time to heal. And so what we're hoping that this will do is allow that for those students, but then also for those students who might be positive but asymptomatic, still have an option to check in with a certified staff member here in our district. Some of our very strong teacher leaders that we have in our elementary team, but also have that experience to be able to continue their learning. And then after their quarantine period or isolation period is finished, they would return back to their classroom with their classroom teacher. So those are the changes that we've recommended for elementary.
I'm going to offer a little bit of a big picture understanding. This was coming in the works and coming to you, and it's primarily built around those students who were close contacts, are healthy students that had to stay home. And that's where the biggest issue was. It's been one of the biggest issues throughout this entire experience about students who never get sick, but had to stay home and access their lives. So that's why this is a little bit different, because when CDC shortened the window of time to 5 days, we're not seeing students that are quarantined five consecutive days. There's usually a weekend wrapped in there, so it's more like 2 to 3 days, which is that shorter absence partnered with the consideration of the weight and the impact this is having on our staff. We saw a different way of connecting the two. So obviously with the decision that came down within the TRO, and now only students needing to access remote instruction are the students that have tested positive. It's a very small number of students who actually need to have this. But there are some students who test positive and can't be at school and are asymptomatic and they feel perfectly fine. So we still wanted to provide that opportunity for them to engage in their learning if they wanted to and felt up for it. So we wanted to bring this forward anyway to make you aware of the adjustment. However, the number of students this is going to impact is dramatically declined, thankfully, which is a good thing, but it has dramatically declined the number of students.
I don't know if this is for Dr. Rowe or Dr. Slichter. How many TOSAs do we have? And do we have the same amount of TOSAs every year? I guess my question is that we have enough to cover.
Yeah, I can answer that. So at the elementary level, this year we do have, I guess we have 5 teachers on special assignment. There's 3 that are continuing to finalize the writing of the interdisciplinary unit. And then we have 1 who's really supporting our instructional coaches and also any type of our curriculum for our teachers this year, because we've had to make some quick adjustments sometimes with including social emotional, learning lessons, things like that, that just connect to what kids are going through right now. And then we also have 1 that's a K-12 that works on the ed tech side to pieces. So we do have enough to be able to cover this. And as Dr. Rowe said, right now the numbers of students is very few. I didn't pull up right now what it would be, but it would be for a grade level as of yesterday when we looked, it was between 6 and 10 students at the most across the district in K-5. And it was kind of different based off of that being average, I would say. And so there's enough staff to be able to handle that.
And that's the same we have every year?
Well,
it changes, right?
Right. Well, the TOSAs that are working on teachers on special assignment working on the interdisciplinary unit is a short-term temporary adjustment to that. We did that just so we had a team helping to build those units so that that wasn't an additional burden on our teaching units. So that's coming to actually.
Okay.
So it's not it's been very effective, but it's not something that who we are.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I do have a question. So the teachers that, different teachers in each grade, are the lesson plans somewhat similar between teachers so that the student is working on what their class is working, or are they kind of referencing back to the teacher's haiku page, just to make sure that they're staying in line with what's being taught in math, and especially maybe in literacy, if they're reading a book or focusing on something? How would that work?
Yes, so they are going to try to be as close as they can, but as you know, if you have many teachers across the district, they're going to be in different spots. The purpose of this, because it's such a short time that students are home now versus where it was, even, a few weeks ago on how that would look, is to support the learning, not necessarily keep the learning moving forward. So when a student will return to their classroom, just like with any other absence, the teacher will need to help make sure that that child is caught up or, you know, needs to catch up on that math lesson specifically, is where I think most of that will be for elementary at least. But the rest of the lessons will be differentiated based on grade level and then aligned to the curriculum frameworks that we have as closely as possible.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right. Thank you again for that presentation, and we will move to, I lost it here. There we go. 17.3, the math review from Dr. McCrindle and Dr. Schlichter.
All right, so we're very excited tonight to talk about our math review and where we are in this process. And before I get started, I just wanted to make sure to give some recognition where it is due. Mrs. Beeland, who is one of our elementary TOSAs, has been working very hard on helping to bring this alongside of me and the elementary admin team. And then also Ms. Bagby and Mrs. Parker, who are here at the 612 level, along with Dr. Schlichter and the secondary administrative team. So thank you all for the hard work that you guys have put into helping us get to this point. So our objective tonight is to give you a review of our math journey of what we've been doing over the last, I guess, 6 months. We want to provide some rationale for recommendation of curricular materials, highlight evidence and the impact of our teacher voice throughout the process, and then to share some plans for professional learning. We had 3 guiding principles for the process that we are very excited about. The first thing was we wanted to make sure that whatever recommendation we bring to you was best for all students. We also, knowing where we are right now in the pandemic and just with where teachers are the ones that are implementing this in their classrooms, we wanted to make sure that teacher voice was involved in this process and that there was a full consensus from the team. We also wanted to make sure that there was a plan for supported and ongoing professional learning layered throughout, not just for the initial year of implementation, but for multiple years afterwards, so that we can ensure that whatever recommendation we bring before you will be supported and sustained. So first I'm going to dive into the pieces that we found for being best for all students. So this summer, we talked to you guys about a partnership we began with the Math Institute of Wisconsin, if you remember. And we have been working with them with professional learning this whole school year. We did have to modify the group of teachers and staff receiving this just based off of not being able to utilize our substitutes the way we would have hoped to do. But our instructional coaches and administrative team have been continuing this professional learning all fall, and even just today we have some. During this time, we really focused on 4 agreements where we had to decide as a team that we had to be engaged in what we were doing, that we were going to have to experience discomfort and be okay with it, because you can't always all be happy with what happens, you know, at the end of the day. We needed to be able to speak our truth and then expect and accept that non-closure, because sometimes you can't have an answer at the end of the day, and that's okay. So it began with us really diving into the key shifts in math and trying to figure out that rigor and what are those math practices and what that means for us in helping our students be doers of mathematics versus just consumers. The team this summer went through and we were able to go and draft. I was trying to see if I can move that little screen, but I can't. We were able to draft some of the most important points that we had each day, which then we were able to collate into different themes, and then we were able to start to draft a math vision statement K-12. We ended with a math vision statement, which is actually, I think, in front of you on your table, and I just want to read the top part of it. But our team, it was a K-12 representative team that consisted of classroom teachers from each school and each grade level and each course, along with administration and coaches. And we landed on all students in Huntley District 158 will be empowered to think and act like a mathematician by solving problems in multiple ways that they think critically and persevere through engaging mathematical tasks. Because of that vision, it did lead us to recommend new materials and professional learning support that would fully support and embrace that math vision as we move forward. So you might be asking, why is there a need for a change to those resources? If you can see on the right, there are quite a few different bullet points, and each of the highlights words are connections to the math vision statement that we chose. We want to ensure that our students here in Huntley see themselves as thinkers and doers of mathematics, that they develop a deeper and more connected understanding, that they're able to formulate those ideas and clarify thinking, that they can learn to value ideas and the contributions of others, learn how to critique the reasoning of others, that they have a chance to reflect and self-assess, develop a sense of agency in their learning, and to develop that growth mindset. When we were trying to look through all the different materials, we did come up with a list of criteria for material selection. This list came from our core math team that worked together this summer in conjunction with our partnership with the Math Institute of Wisconsin. But you can see that we wanted to make sure, first of all, that whatever materials we're utilizing align to our math vision statement, that that piece of student engagement is included, that there's that focus and coherence across grade levels, K-12, that idea of personalization and differentiation, the incorporation of math practices, and that teachers are supported through the lesson design, the structure, and the resources, and that it's based on research for alignment and usability. We really dove into those ed reports that give you the research behind how each program and resource is structured to help determine if we were aligned to these criteria. And don't worry, what we have in front of you was aligned to everything. There are check marks on all that. So before you, what we have this evening is at the K-5 level, we are looking at using illustrative mathematics, which illustrative mathematics is actually an open up resource which was developed by a team out of the University of Arizona. And they are an independent nonprofit organization. And the way that they work is that they have philanthropic supporters who actually help fund the creation of their resources. And so there's many that you might recognize: the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the Carnegie Corporation, the Kellogg Foundation. And what that means is the curriculum itself is free, but districts have to choose a partner who would be able to provide the print and digital resources. And what the print and digital resources do is they help turn the curriculum into something that teachers and students can access in a student and teacher-friendly way. And so at this point, we are recommending that we would be utilizing illustrative mathematics, but then we would partner with LearnZillion for a print and digital material partnership with them. Along with that, because their curriculum is standalone, you also need to choose a partner for the professional learning pieces. And luckily for us, the Math Institute of Wisconsin is a certified illustrative math provider. And so we would be recommending to continue that partnership with them as we begin this implementation for professional learning, which will help that continuity between what we worked on this summer and as we move into next year. And under that screen up there, I'm sorry, but it just says at K-5, we will be following a phased implementation. And the reason that we're talking about doing a phased implementation, which is over those next 2 years, is, as you know, elementary teachers instruct all areas every day. They do literacy, SEL, math, and more. And this year, there's been that emphasis on the professional learning, focused on that science of reading, as well as the implementation of our interdisciplinary units. And because of the pandemic, we have had to adjust the speed that we can support our teachers and being able to do all of that well. And so we don't want to rush all of our teachers into something that we're just not ready to do. So what we're hoping to do is a 2-year phased implementation where we would actually have teachers who want to jump in and start to implement illustrative math next year, along with the professional learning support. And then with the goal of the following year, in 23-24, all staff moving that way. We have begun to have conversations with staff, and there are quite a few very interested in doing that and wanting to jump on board with that. What this is going to do is allow us to finish our professional learning on that science of reading pieces into next year, as well as really support the implementation of our interdisciplinary unit. At the secondary level, they have chosen to partner with Carnegie Learning for both their print and digital materials, as well as their professional learning needs.
This curriculum is based on research from Carnegie Mellon University, and it's founded on the research of cognitive and brain research. This work is focused on how students learn, and that's been a priority and emphasis in how they have developed the lesson designs, the consumables, and the instructional routines included within the Carnegie learning materials. There is a priority and emphasis placed on that blended learning approach of how to incorporate teacher instruction along with digital tools to help ensure the student learning. So as we were looking through the material recommendations, we wanted to focus in on improvement. And so there were 3 different pieces that we wanted to provide support to our students and teachers when focusing on the math vision. The first piece in both resources is that there is an intentional lesson design. The second piece that we want to highlight is that both of them are student-centered with their instructional practices. And the third piece is that we want to incorporate that feedback through that use of formative and summative assessment. So the intentional lesson design, I like the quote on the side, but math is not a spectator sport. The only way to learn math is to actually do the math. And so with the lesson design and both of the resources that we're bringing before you, they focus on that belief that all students are capable learners of math. They also focus on that kids learn math by doing the math. And there's an emphasis on having a balance of rigor with what kids are ready for and when they're ready for it, having a coherent progression across courses and grade levels that spirals up. There's a huge focus on the mathematical community building, which they bring in elements of social emotional learning and how you have those conversations with being safe to maybe disagree or offer an idea out there that might not be as well recognized by someone else, but to defend it and then to respectfully take that step back and have that conversation about what that might look like. They also scaffold task complexity. And then a piece that we're very impressed with is in both of the resources that we're recommending, the teacher learning really does occur through the curriculum materials themselves. There is built-in professional learning within just using the resources for our teachers. That second area that we highlighted was that student-centered instructional practice. We know that from the NCTM, which is the National Council of Teaching Mathematics, they say that student learning is greatest in classrooms where the tasks consistently encourage high-level student thinking and reasoning, and least in classrooms where the tasks are routinely procedural in nature. And so we're excited to have materials in front of you that will provide opportunities for students to bring their own personal experience, those real-world connections, and also allow students to communicate their ideas, to ask questions, to justify their responses, and critique the reasoning of others. And lastly, that there's there's value on student voice. The third area that we looked through for that coherence K-12 was the feedback through performance-based assessments. And performance-based assessments, that's a process in which students apply their knowledge, their understanding, and their skills in those authentic contexts to create or construct an answer to a question or a solution to a problem, and then receive feedback from their teachers, peers, and themselves. And within all of our resources, K-12, this is embedded either on a daily basis, on a weekly basis at the end of units, and so you'd be able to see that. And we know that assessments are so important for our teachers and being able to help them uncover the strengths and to plan with those next steps that they need to do with a child at the individual, the small group, and the whole class instruction level. And within our resources, those are both provided.
So Dr. McCrindle's given a little bit of background on K-12, what we're seeing in terms of our aspirations and how we're going to move towards that math vision. And I'm going to talk just a little bit about K-12, how we crafted a process. And those of us who have discussed or been through or heard about curriculum reviews over the years in education or on the board, you know that there's many different ways to go about it. We have hundreds of teachers that will be using these materials, and those teachers are the ones that need to implement it effectively with students for us to see that student result. And so there's always a balance when you're looking at getting feedback and hearing the voice of several hundred people at the same time as you're honing it to actually come to a conclusion. And so we actually designed a process that was placing a premium on inclusion. So inclusion of teacher voice, as well as teacher expertise. We know that K through 12, we have some teachers that are absolute experts in advanced mathematics. We know that we have others that are teaching mathematics and they're experts in their youngest learners, right? So we wanted to make sure that we included teacher voice from all of those aspects. So as I said, process matters. And so the process that we designed involved having a math core team, as Dr. McCrindle said. And then we diverged just slightly at the secondary and elementary level, largely due to numbers. So at the secondary level, middle and high school, we simply have fewer teachers teaching math than we do at the elementary level, because every elementary teacher teaches math. So regardless of the level, we focused on giving our teachers a full understanding of their options. For middle and high school, that meant that we actually attended every TLC, we shared the vision, we hosted lunch and learns, we showed the materials to all teachers. At the elementary, it was a very deep dive with that core team, which was a representative group. We had a lot of dialogue. Something that the teachers gave us really strong feedback on was that they had time to process with their teams. So while it felt at the time, okay, we're going to meet again, and I also will just say that because we were unable to utilize substitutes and do this during the day, these teachers met in the evening, and they met repeatedly in the evening. So these are people passionate about math and their students, giving up their time, sometimes all the way till 7:30 or 8:30 at night. And so it was really an amazing joint effort. Then they go back to their teams and they bring the materials and they try lessons with their students and they come back with feedback. And when they couldn't agree, they'd actually go back again and they'd dive in again, and their instructional coaches would really bring them side-by-side comparisons and talk through it with teams. It was actually something that I think strengthened our teams and began the learning process just simply from that deep discussion. Like I said, there was opportunities to try lessons with students. The fact that the math vision remained front and center, and as you know, Dr. McCrindle read part of it to you, but as you see, there's a lot here, and even just simply having teams of teachers diving in on these concepts and saying, which of these materials is going to help us have our students take risks? How will that work? Let me look at my students and see how they're going to do that. It was very, very powerful. We know, and research says, that teacher ownership is going to improve implementation outcomes. Teachers who are handed a resource and told what to do cannot use their expertise appropriately, and so the fact that our teachers who are experts in teaching math to their levels were able to really participate is what made this a strong process. And we know also through our training in professional learning communities that learning by doing is the best learning. And these teachers were learning by doing. Simply just having those discussions and doing this investigation served as embedded professional learning. We actually surveyed our teachers who were on the core team about the process afterwards, because we had been so intentional and tried to design a strong process. We surveyed teachers about to what degree were their team's voices heard and valued, to what degree were their own voices heard and valued, and because that was such a strong criterion for us. And we did get this is one example, but we got very, very strong results in terms of teachers' feeling of how their voice was valued. What's interesting in the themes in the feedback, and I'll just highlight a couple of these, because I think I'd go out on a limb and say that sometimes if you rush a curriculum review, you're not going to get feedback like this necessarily. You might get an outcome and it might work, but you're not necessarily going to get as easy of buy-in as we end up with in the end. So PLC team discussions were rich and meaningful. We heard a lot of comments, open and honest dialogue, open and honest, that teachers disagreed with you. These were all, some of them on Zoom once we got past December, and we had large Zoom calls where people were willing to dialogue and disagree with each other, explain their rationale, and then think together. We did use data for decision-making. We repeatedly surveyed our teachers and also gathered qualitative data, anecdotal data, to really try to make sure that we were going in the right direction. We used a consensus model for selection, not voting. So there actually were a couple times when we thought we might be ready to make a decision, but it turned out to be kind of like a 60-40 breakdown, and we were not happy with that, because then you have almost half the people not getting what they want. So that's when we dived in, we were diving in again, and we went back to the teams and really looked at those resources again. Again, time consuming, but very, very worth it. We had very, very good admin and teacher collaboration. That was feedback that we had from the teachers, and I think we all felt very much like a team with the group that worked. We were able to, and these core teams will continue to craft future PD plans That is a need, and so the themes were very, very clear in the feedback. We need to make sure we have a solid PD plan. They did comment on the time-consuming selection process and that this type of mathematics, as you see in the vision, that is a shift in thinking for staff. It's a shift in thinking for how to do math and help our students become doers of mathematics. And the staff is acknowledging that and making the choice to have these materials that will help them to do that. And that we want to make sure we give them adequate planning for being able to implement. And so those plans are all in the works. Which brings us to our next steps of the ongoing professional learning that we are going to make sure we have. So in your packet, you'll see there's a professional learning plan crafted, and I'll tell you there's also a much more detailed one by level already in the works that our core team will be able to have some feedback on. But we are going to be setting up a culture of professional improvement. That core team will be able to advise us on what is needed. We have a multi-year plan that's going to really support those shifts and help us differentiate. And we want to make sure that staff is able to own their own learning and say what they need so that they can move forward. The little graphic at the bottom is real important because for us, professional learning does not exist to make someone's job easier. It exists because it results in improved skills for our educators, which results in improved teaching, which results in improved student outcomes. So when we are going to measure the effectiveness of our professional learning, ultimately we're going to do that by measuring the impact of our student outcomes. And then very specifically, we have a multi-year plan. Like any multi-year plan, it gets a little bit more general as the years go out because we want to make sure that we can adjust. But essentially what you see here, and it's color-coded, so for those K-5 math leaders, the ones that are going to be the trailblazers in that first year, as well as all of those 6 through 12 teachers, we will have a focus for 22-23. Actually, it's going to be starting with our April Institute Day and running through the summer, and then 22-23 for planning and use of curricular resources, then going to a natural focus on the following year, responding to student-specific needs based on their thinking, collaborating and focusing with PLCs on professional needs and growth, and then sustaining those shifts and adapting in the future, and then that will continue into the future. I think as the board knows, we've really tried to take in the past few years a continuous improvement approach to curriculum. So it's not like a curriculum stops and starts. It's cyclical, and we expect that improvement to be continuing all throughout the cycle. So we're going to deliver it with every little bit of time that we possibly have. As you've heard us mention in a couple contexts, both today and then in other days, this year threw us for a loop without being able to use subs. We had somewhat more restricted access to our teachers, but we still have our institute days. We are so grateful to have our early release days that give us some more sustained time with teachers. We have our PLCs. Instructional coaches are an invaluable resource, and like Dr. McCrindle said, they are receiving ongoing deep professional learning with the Math Institute so that they're prepared to do that type of support. Individual professional learning work, the teachers are already diving in and already learning more individually and as teams. And then other informal activities, what we find is that when teams, and research says too, when teams of teachers or teams of really anybody professionally get into a situation where they're working on something together, that's where they build collective knowledge and they really start to progress. And so that's the cycle that we want to start. And so just as a reminder, we really took a strong approach from the beginning of looking for resources and a recommendation that's focusing on what's best for all students, getting us to that math vision, the process being inclusive of teacher voice because we know that that will result in a better recommendation, and then having the future focus for ongoing professional support because we know that's what will make us successful. And so this leads us to a recommendation, which you'll also find at the end of your memo. As with any curriculum resources, as you know, by school code, we have to leave them on display for the public for 30 days. So the way that that works then is that we're proposing them today, and we will be leaving them on display and then bringing them back for approval at the March Board of Education meeting, which gives us just slightly more than 30 days. The last little bit of information I'll just mention is we do have a couple advanced math classes at the high school that because of some supply chain delays relating to College Board and their availability of resources, we couldn't get the samples in time, so we might be bringing a few single classes back to you in April and get those a little bit later in the summer. But for the bulk of our resources, we really want to get those approved so we can get them ordered, have it on hand for that April Institute Day. And we already know this year we're experiencing some supply chain issues, and so that's kind of why we're moving forward here today and wanting to make sure that we approve as quickly as possible in March and get our teachers all set up. So that brings our presentation to a conclusion, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have about this presentation, math approach, or the resources.
Any questions? Team, board, anyone?
I have a couple. I get all the, like, the whys and the hows and all that, and it all sounds really good, but what I'm trying to understand is what does second place look like in some of these choices that were made? What's the distinguishing characteristics from the path chosen versus the ones not? And kind of how did we arrive at that? How close was it? And what were kind of those separating factors?
That's a great question, and actually that's something that I can answer because we've processed that very deeply with some of our teacher teams. So for an example, at the secondary level, when I mentioned that there was that 60-40 split partway through the process, the second place materials, and this is what I said, then we did not look at a single set of materials that wouldn't get us where we need to go. Nothing would have inhibited us, but we were looking at what would get us there best. And so where we came to with some of the staff teams is that second place set of materials, if we have to get here, which is our math vision, that second place set of materials would have gotten us there, but it didn't have the arc built in for staff. Staff would have had to kind of put some pieces together themselves as teams. But nothing in that set of materials would have prohibited us from getting here. It had everything it needed. The ones that were chosen, so for middle and high school, that's that Carnegie Learning, it arcs the instruction as a support for the staff. And so, for example, it has the manipulatives right in there available for the students. Everything that's needed is built in through. And so it was really a choice for staff of, okay, do we want something that's really going to lift us and bring us there, or do we want something that we will piece through ourselves? And I will add one more piece, is that we did extensive reference checks on these materials. I think Ms. Bagby and Mrs. Parker and I probably talked to at least 7 or 8 districts that use Carnegie Learning. But we got the honest truth, and the honest truth from them is that this is a rigorous set of materials, and the first year is not real easy. We told that to the staff. But once you get that lift in the first year, you're kind of lifted over the top to that tipping point with that strong professional learning, and that's where you meet your vision. Whereas another set of materials might have felt more comfortable on the front end, but would have been a little bit heavier of a lift to get us where we needed to go. So that's just kind of an example of the differences that we were looking at. There was many that we didn't bring forward. Like Dr. McCrindle said, we looked at Ed Reports, which is a research-based site that evaluates all these different materials, and there was multiple ones we chose not to bring at all. So we really only brought those top-rated ones that we knew could do a good job, and then we just needed the staff to tell us, what do you need to get here? And getting here is the non-negotiable. What do you need to get here?
And then how, like in kind of on the ground, tangible terms, how different would this new curriculum look to what we have today?
So where if you think about, and Dr. McCrindle can talk a little bit about that too, but if you think about very basically like traditional math instruction being like, I'm the teacher, I'm going to show you, and then you're going to try it. Right? Maybe as a group or maybe individually, and you're going to practice. It sort of turns it on its head. So it starts with an engaging activity where the students do some inquiry and they try it themselves. This is the hard part, right? Students are going to have to learn how to do this too. They are going to have a learning curve. It starts with that engaging activity, then the teacher support and the skill development, and then the facilitated outcomes and measuring the outcomes. And so rather than I show you and then you try it, it flips it on its head, where the students are presented with a problem to solve. Say, for example, they use manipulatives, they use all different ways of thinking about mathematics, collaboration, and they move towards that conclusion. I will say also that it's a similar progression that we're going through in science with those C3 standards. As you know, we did a science review several years ago, and it's not an easy shift for students or for staff who are used to you know, doing it in a certain way. Students are used to being told and then practicing, right? And so it's shifting that, sort of flipping the script on its head.
So to
And then
interrupt
Dr.
that real quick, how is the science that we have turned around, how is that going?
It's going really well in terms of the design, and the instructional practices is our next focus. So where I will say is that there's pockets in science where it's a little harder. Some of the disciplines, it's a little bit harder than others to have the students do that inquiry without supporting too much. So it's where's that balance? So if the student's used to asking a question and being told the answer, and the teacher needs to be able to negotiate, you ask the question, how do I help you find the answer without telling you the answer? So there are pockets, and Dr. Feuer is our science department chair. She's actually been working really closely with Mrs. Bagby on that next sort of frontier of honing that inquiry process in science. So it's always the instruction that is the most difficult, right? Because the students have to be able to shift and the teachers have to be able to shift. So that's the support needed.
I have one more, hopefully simpler answer is, review of the materials, is that reviewable like in a digital format, electronically over the web or something along those lines?
Did you say the materials
Yeah.
themselves?
Yeah.
The materials for Carnegie, there's digital resources, and actually, that's a good question, I'm glad you mentioned it. We actually have some samples here that we can put out. The Carnegie resources are actually, a lot of them are in paper, and that's something they've done on purpose based on research. So all of it is online, but we also are going to have some pretty substantial paper resources and books for students, and they're consumable, so they'll come new every year. And that's something that all of our students in 6 through Algebra 2 will have to use. It's something that teachers, students, and parents have talked about, which is the pendulum went fully digital, and let's swing that pendulum back to the middle, right, so that we can.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, because it's
A lot of the skills practice.
Focus a little more.
Exactly. And a lot of the skills practice is still happening in like an adaptive online platform. For Carnegie, it's called Mathia. And so students can be assessed, and then this is the skill you need to practice and do that adaptive skills targeted practice. There's still going to be that online platform, but we are going to have some substantial paper materials as well.
Okay.
I just wanted to, I won't repeat anything that Dr. Switzer said, because some of that's the same at the K-5 level. Something I do want to highlight that I'm just so proud of our math core team for is we took, same piece, we had many options, and nothing that we put in front of teachers would not have gotten us to our vision. But at the end of the day, we struggled with sticking with how our instruction currently looks, which is I do, you do, we do, you do type of instruction where the teacher models, and shifting it to where kids have that opportunity to do it first. And so doing that takes a major change in how a teacher facilitates that learning, and knowing what question can I ask you right now that will help you if you're struggling in the moment with this, that will still allow you to figure out this concept. And so because of that, that was part of our rationale for our recommendation to do the phased implementation of this to allow the time for that professional learning for staff. So we're very excited about the materials that we have in front of you. And one of our teachers actually tried it out in her classroom and stood up in front of our math core team the night we were talking about it. And her comment after one lesson was she's never, I don't remember how many years she's been teaching, she's never heard a first grader talk about math the way that she had heard that first grader talk about after even just one lesson. And everyone in the room just thought that was how we want to teach. We want our kids to be excited about it. We want kids to not hate math, right? We want them to love it. We want to create those thinkers. And so that was part of why we wanted to really support our teachers in being able to do this successfully so that we can see those changes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a couple. First, I want to thank our teachers and our staff, you know, obviously for the extra hours that were put in that time, and really for having those honest conversations and maybe playing devil's advocate a little bit, because it helps you to see the big picture and point out, like, hey, did we think this way? It's like, oh, wow, and that collaboration that it kind of forces to happen. So I want to first thank you for the time and for that honest, open discussion. We talked about the books, how important. So will those be able to, are they going to bring them home? Do they have to stay there? They're like workbooks.
because that's so important, that's missed. I mean, I kind of missed that, but as a parent, not that I really am very good at math, because I'm not, but it leads to question, how will this be for parents to help students with their homework? I mean, sometimes the kids bring home homework and parents are like, I don't even know how to help my kid anymore, they're doing it so differently. How is this going to work for parents when they help their?
That's actually a similar answer, probably with a little bit of variation at both levels. At the middle school and high school level with Carnegie, actually, those consumables, they're six. So what I will tell you is they're six consumables. So I don't want to use the word workbook because that conjures up like an old-fashioned drill and practice workbook. But there's no hardcover text. It's all going to be soft cover and replaced each year, but every student has their own that they'll be using for themselves and bring them home. And I'll tell you, I think you hit the nail on the head, which is that we got, especially at the middle school level, that feedback from parents with our current system saying, I have a hard time helping them because they're in this system and I'm kind of looking over their shoulder and you can't sit down together and put your hands on it and really, really see it. So that did play into that choice. I will also tell you that the representative that we worked with from Carnegie is actually a former high school special education math teacher. And so he was very, very clear in talking about how it meets the range of that honors all the way through some of our students with special learning needs, and part of it is because of the concrete nature of it.
Well, thank you.
All right, any other final questions? I'd recommend we move that to the board meeting next month. And we move forward to 18, Building and Grounds Committee, Mr. Troy.
Oh, you're fine. Okay, 18.1 O&M updates, Mr. Ronkowski, anything to highlight from February 22?
Yes. I would like to,
if you could turn your mic on, please.
I have a few brief things I would like to highlight. If I can get this to share too. We are out to bid for the Marlowe Middle School parking lot, the car parking lot pavement replacement. When the project started, I invited our traffic engineer, Tim, to take a look at the beginning of the school year about the traffic flow, as it is a little unique with the pandemic, since we put that chain link fence up out front to help control some of the flow a number of years ago. And we came up with some ideas that were shared with Chief Security Officer and the school administration that did some enhancements. But Tim, in the eagle eye that he is, came up with some other ideas that might be able to help us enhance what's going on at the entrance to off of Halligus to help the flow there and the issue. There's some minor work going on in the parking lot, a couple little islands that'll be added. We're going to take a base bid that's going to have a concrete island and a fence just like the fence over at Martin, and we'll have an alternate bid to get what would be an expected reduction in cost if we can't afford the preferred model to reduce it to more minimal islands and a chain link fence across the front, similar to what we have now. But that pavement does need replacement. What I was wanting to do is alert the board, and Tim was so kind enough to come here and be patient to hang out with us to this point. But he brought some information. I'll run the pictures, and Tim will describe to you some proposals that will be alternate bid to in the bid we received to see if we may not be able to afford it. If we can, great. If we can't, we know what the budget is for the next round of asphalt replacement, if this is something we're interested in doing. So I'm going to turn it over to Tim here. I wish I could put this on full screen. Go ahead, Tim.
Sounds great. Well, first of all, thanks for having me. Tim Shargren with Kimley Horn. Nice to see a lot of you again. I've enjoyed doing work in this district for almost 10 years now, since we first put the second entrance at Huntley High School. So it's awesome to be back. As we've been working on Marlowe, One of the things that we observed is, you know, we've got kind of a unique pavement situation. Is it okay if I go and walk over here? I carry this with me. This feels so weird. Is this still working? And I'll try to stay back from you guys. But we have, you know, this pavement that was obviously designed to support, you know, a future high school at this location, but it really does create some weird traffic flow in this area. And because we have more parents doing pickup drop-off as a result of the pandemic, we're starting to see more congestion that's taking place here. And we're also, this pavement's in poor condition, and so it needs to be enhanced. So we looked at, could we do something better? Because right now you have people that are coming in, and if you're sitting here waiting to leave, you're not really sure what this car is going to do. A lot of people don't signal. They can get that way without stopping, but they can also turn that way without stopping. And so you get people that are pulling out in front of others, and particularly given a lot of these movements are buses, this can be kind of a dangerous area. So we looked at how we might be able to improve this as part of the other enhancements we're doing. Doug, I don't know if you can go to the next one back. Yep. So this is what we've come up with as a potential alternative. It's kind of a roundabout that kind of gets elongated a little bit. But what it does is it continues to maintain that free flow movement that parents enjoy today so that they can quickly get into the pickup drop-off lanes. And then it creates a secondary lane that's completely separate from this area. So there's more definition. If you are somebody that's sitting here, you get a little bit more time to identify what that vehicle is doing, both because they're going to be in a separate lane and because you have some more physical space. It lines this up a little bit straighter and just helps to improve safety in this area. And then we take this space over here that we weren't using at all, and we create that extra queue space that's needed sometimes so that we're not backing up into the school. So that's kind of the big picture concept. We've got 3 user groups that we have to accommodate here. So Doug, if you can go to the next one. The first is those parents doing pickup drop-off. So they would enter just like they do today. They would circulate out, and then here they would come out. They'll just cross the buses. They won't have to come back up here. And then they'll have 2 full lanes to circulate out. Yep. For the buses, they're going to have a more clear route as well. This is the one conflict point that exists as opposed to the bunch that were here before. And they'll circulate and come through. When they leave, if they're coming back out here to the east side of the campus, they'll have this crossing point and they'll be able to use those 2 lanes as well. Next. And then this was one of the things that we observed previously is staff right now gets stuck in that parent pickup drop-off lane, and it can be difficult. And so sometimes some of them are trying to get around the queue. There will even be parents and staff that will go into oncoming lanes to try to get in. And so we wanted to create a way for them to be able to get in and out, as well as the parent that needs to drop off and go into the school or something like that. So they would, right now they're prohibited based on signage. Only buses are supposed to go here. We'd allow them to be in here and then have an entrance right into the parking lot. We're really separating those 3 vehicle flows and using the space that we have here. Since we don't have to worry about needing to extend this direction, we can create some better flow in this area just by separating out those 3 groups. So again, not a big formal presentation or anything, but just give you some idea of what we might be able to do.
So, Tim, have you, over here, you've done the observations on this traffic flow. How much backup is there for the traffic that's coming out on that loop? So it's the outflow traffic that's on the right side of that diagram.
Yeah, Doug, if you want to go back to the first one. So what we saw pretty routinely was it backing up into here.
Right.
And then it would circulate.
The right side. So the primary route where you have the holding for people that are coming in to do drop-offs, but then there's the lane that's coming out of there, right? It comes from the top of the screen.
Over here?
Yes.
Down here?
Yes. So how much traffic have you observed that's coming out of there? Because I would guess that people are doing the drop-off, they're actually coming out from in front of the school and then doing the loop coming in from the left side of that picture and then following that out to the road.
We didn't see when we were out there, and hats off to Marlowe staff for finding a way to use the pavement that they have out there. What they've done in this parking lot to create some pretty significant queuing has really limited the impact that it's having out here.
Okay.
Obviously that's probably not desirable to do forever.
Mm-hmm.
So this would, again, by having a second lane, create the ability to do some more storage out here.
Okay.
Well, that will be an alternate bid too that you will see, with the package. There is an opportunity yet, about a week, I think we need to change it, but if there is, we do have about a week to scramble, before the mandatory pre-bid meeting, which is, about the time we should make any adjustments, or we just don't accept the alternate bid and bring it back to the drawing board in the future here. Any other questions?
Could you pull that subsequent diagram up, just one of them that shows that loop? Yep. So that the overlap in the exit part of this is going to be at the top of that elongated roundabout, as you called it.
Yeah.
So it's going to be what, at the top of that?
Right here?
Nope, a little bit higher, right there. So you have the flow that's coming out, makes the right turn, and then does the crossover to make a left turn to get out entirely. There's the stop line that's there. Yep.
Yep.
So you're going to get bus traffic that goes out of there, right? So there's going to be a crossover of buses.
Yes, just like it exists today.
Right.
But we'll just have this lined up and with a little bit more definition of where the traffic is going because of the split. Yeah, that will still remain. It's only I won't say a small percentage, but not all the buses come back around to the east side. Some will loop around to the south.
Okay. I like that extra holding tank area. People are trying to leave, particularly on the left turn to get out. I know that's a tenuous area right there.
I can tell you, as someone who finds himself frequently stuck in this, in Marlowe, this is beautiful.
Yeah.
I have a little, my one question I have is the amount of signage to control. There's having been a principal here and back in the day when we did not use the whole lane and the main entrance was the side fence, I do have a slight concern about the volume of people that are just going to go that way.
Yeah.
And debunk the traffic pattern that we have.
Follow the staff route in.
Right.
Yeah.
But once you get in, there's no way to then funnel back out, then your kid's crossing traffic, and it's not an ideal scenario, but we'll have obviously significant signage conversations about how we'll control that, but that's the only concern I have with it. I think it's beautiful.
Yeah, that could be a challenge. But I think once people get in there and discover that they get stuck, hopefully it's a one and done, but we'll certainly have some learning curve.
I just want to mention something I noticed actually this morning. I did my morning monthly inspection there and was leaving about the time the morning traffic was coming in. I like seeing the building as it looks as the housekeepers leave it overnight. And as I was leaving, I was very surprised at the beginning of this, when we fenced this all in, there was always a barricade at that exit from the staff lot to keep that debunking from happening. It doesn't exist there anymore, but I didn't see one person that tried to sneak in that way. They all went around the circle. They're in the routine. I was impressed. Anything else on this one? I have one other thing to talk about on my.
Yeah, I do have one more. So it's not on the diagram here, unfortunately, but on that loop, as people make the left turn to actually come into the front of the school, that frontage route as they drop from the top coming down across in front of the school. There's an area there, it is off-screen, way off-screen. Yeah, there's an area there that we put the barricade up, but people can make the turn, and it's only painted to get into the parking lot versus coming in. Was there anything discussed on enhancing that area too, to better define that?
Completely. There will be traffic control in there, there'll be a route of flow in there. If you'd like me, I can put the piece on, we're gonna have that controlled,
Okay,
definitely.
With curb.
okay.
To provide a little bit more positive direction.
Yeah, that painted area, there's a lot of questionable driving.
The entrance is to that lot's gonna move closer to the main loop drive a little bit and go down the first aisle right there.
Gotcha, okay, thank you.
Well, anything else on this?
Not for me, anybody else have questions?
Okay, I'm gonna go on to the next thing.
Thank you
very much, Tim.
Thank you, Tim, I appreciate you coming in today.
Thank you.
This is a fun one for me. Solar. And I just realized today, after I got feedback from 3 different electricity billing to look at my analysis of 1 year of solar. I now had all the tools in place. It's been a lot of work. I have a third-party consultant that recalculates the coincidental peak demand that adds to the charges. And ComEd has spent a lot of time with me to help us be able to get to this point with their software to download meter data. But the real number, if we took every month of the last 12 months where we have a bill from ComEd, and we take the report of the information on the interval power data from the solar system, and we integrate them together, I have now all the tools in front of me to recalculate that invoice exactly like it would be as if there was no solar. In other words, all the power that we actually consume at the building and what our coincidental peak demand draw at whatever interval that was in the day, which is a different interval than it would have been. We have all that information, we can put it together. Now, it's 197, and you say, darn, we were supposed to be 210. Anybody that was part of that valuation remembers we were supposed to say 210,000 a year. That reason is, it's going to be hard to put a real number on it. I've asked, but Conley's been down for about 6 months out of the last 12 months, and they're still working on why. They're getting down to the point of analysis. They've taken oil samples again. They're firing it up next week again. They can't seem to find anything wrong with the transformers. They check the impedance on the lines. There's nothing wrong there. They say they're analyzing a 2-hour surge on the lines before the fuse and isolator actually fail to transform by the building, and they don't know why. I continue to pursue them to consider getting somebody that's more like a forensic electrical engineer involved or something to help them get to the bottom of it. They have a vested interest in doing that because they're losing revenue too. So it's a work in progress. But what some of the things I wanted to share with the board is a look at that total kilowatt hours for the year and take some other kinds of analysis of this data. I threw more information on here that's in your report. I apologize. And we take a look at the summary of the year prior, which meteorologically is about the same. And you'll see the differences here. Each of the campuses over on the column over here, it averages out between all 3 of them, 13.3% reduction in our unit cost for power. Now, the funny thing is, if you look at the present year, here's an impact of COVID for us. Total kilowatt hours for the year was almost 9.5 million kilowatt hours. Still a lot less than where we started our energy conservation journey. We're almost 14 million years ago, so kudos to us. But the year prior, we were 8 million. Part of the reason I think is because we increased all ventilation to get all the air changes that's recommended that we provide, and we had back to more of a normal student occupancy. These key performance indicators down here. The other thing that was real fascinating to me was, when we went into this deal, we asked all the providers of our proposals that we wanted somebody that would put a system in that would generate between 70 and 80% of the power we consume for the year. And, because of, how this system works and this, I thought, that might be kind of a challenging thing. I wanted to see how they made out. Well, they hit it right on the button. 75%, of the power that we consumed in our facilities, came from the solar. Our consumption increased 18%. I think it's because of the COVID, but we only spent 2% more than we did in the prior years. So I think that worked out pretty good. There's a whole lot more data. If you're a number cruncher and you want to go into it, there's pages and pages of data here of all the analysis to be able to get to this point, but I just want to bring that to your attention. Be happy to answer any questions about that if you'd like.
Thank you.
Okay. Couple other little things. Still negotiating service agreements with other parties. I've been very busy with that. Oh, I told you about commonality. That's all I have on O&M updates, unless there's any questions.
Okay, any questions from the committee or the board? All right, hearing none, we'll move on to 18.2, O&M annual report. George Koski, I'll turn it over back to you.
There we go. I just thought it might be easier to do this. Well, it seems like every year when I present this report, it's a long night, so I'm usually encouraged to speed it up. A lot of this is similar data to what you've seen before. Our physical plant inventory, if I can get this to reduce somehow. So nothing really new here. We now have the little fine arts edition on the radar now. The success of this department is some of the other information that's later on this slide. A lot of credit goes to the team we've got. Our Assistant Director, Kevin Lindquist, sitting over there patiently. He's a big part of that. The whole operation maintenance department team is fantastic. Our custodial contractor, they've been challenged with all the challenges with the demands of the extra staffing they got to provide. They have not been able to fully staff yet since the last efforts we've made to help them. They have employees working about 80 hours a week, but they're making it happen. Our maintenance staff, this slide, just a reflection here. Our manpower per square foot on technicians and maintenance staff has gone down a little. It's a sign over the years. It's a sign that the buildings are maturing. It's somewhat leveled out now. I think it's leveling out instead of continuing to go down because we do a good job of preventive maintenance. Our housekeeping staff, I did not include the extra FTE that are in there that are just for the enhanced cleaning, that if we ever get out of pandemic mode might go away. It's just if we were, what we would have on a normal situation. My favorite slide, of course, always every year is this slide. To show over the years how this department supported the school district operationally. This isn't the entire 20 fund. This is the portions of the 20 fund, the O&M funding that we have control of. And the one I like to focus on the most here is the purple line, which is the line that represents all our operating expenses, supplies, services, salaries, for the department and equipment. That does not include gas and electric because it's a volatile market, as we know, and it does not include capital projects, which has been very up and down. I referenced in the text in the introduction about that we've been dropping off the last couple of years investment in. That's somewhat reasonable because we've made some bigger investments today. We've just got a little ways to go, and we're going to get completely out of the heavy-duty cycle for a while if we can sustain a couple more years. So if you look at it over 19 years, we've increased our spend less than 16%. I think we've been doing pretty good over the years. And to back up, I had to spread it out into 3 pages this year for those of you that want to see how I got those numbers. This is just a little look at our projects for the year, this year's project, if you would want to reference and see what's going on. We've awarded the roof. We're working on the asphalt, and once those get out of the way, we'll dig deeper into some of the smaller ticket items to see if we can still afford them with what funding is left. Once again, just a reflection, we are heavily invested in service contracts. Outsourcing parts of the services has been the model forever since I've worked here, before I worked here. And And as you can see on the cycle of them, we've got work to do in the coming 6 months. There's a lot of them that need to be addressed and looking at how we're gonna go forward with those. Energy conservation measures, actually, because of our spend on electricity going down, the review on how much money we saved has gone down, because I used the number that's in the present cost of energy in this and list of all the projects that we do. And I didn't do anything with this Energy Star sheet because we've been in the hole now ever since solar started. We haven't been able to get numbers into Energy Star. I've finally, in conversations with ComEd, I got some data from them, and I've been able to talk to people in Energy Star, US EPA Energy Star, and they're telling me that if we work through ComEd's tools to download the interval data and use that to create the input data in the Energy Star profile, they will still consider certifying us. I don't think we're going to be Energy Star certified anywhere after going through the pandemic and all the area increase. But once we get out of there, the bad news is, if there is any in that, is they've figured out that people aren't going to be able to use the quick end around and get credit for the solar. You have to import the solar. It's what you consume at the building, not what you consume at the meter, that's going to count. So things won't look much different unless we take forward, like maybe turn loose some of the new energy conservation measures that we commissioned a very important one and then turned it right off because of the pandemic, and that is the man load shedding. And this is a look at what do we do as a department. This is a living list. I had to add a few more things that we do on a routine inspections of facilities. There was a strategic goal of the board, I'm sorry, not energy, a few years ago, which we were asked to have a goal to reduce the turnaround time for completing work orders. This shows you the history of it from 2012. The average number of days has just gone through the floor. We're turning them around a lot better with some way we operate some of the tools, and I think it's even going to get better in the near future. Here's just a report to tell you a little bit about our work loading. And lastly, I used to get asked every year how much grant funds does the department work towards bringing in, so I started running a tally for that, and there's information on that. And that's all there is in this report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
As always, thank you for that comprehensive report, and it is shorter than last year, so thanks for that too. Appreciate it. And thank you, overall, just thank you to you and your staff for all the work that you do to keep our facilities in tip-top shape. From the cleaning that goes on to the pavements, the snow removal people, making sure things are salted, making sure that the ventilation is in good shape. It just everything from head to toe. Thank you to you and your staff for all the hard work that you all do. Any questions or comments from the committee or the board, please? All right. With that, we'll move to 18.3, the Light Transition Center update.
All right. Tonight a presentation. We have a number of them still coming, and we're excited to share some of the details about a project that we've been talking about for a number of months. Thanks to Roger Trofer from Old Architects for being here this evening in case there are questions you can answer as we go through. But as you remember, this topic came up in the summertime as we were transitioning the light program out of the high school that it was growing out of to an open space in Marlow. And what we've engaged in is very typical. You'll get something most of you will be used to. It's a similar process to what we've done with the fine arts addition at the high school to the high school's expansion in terms of the process that Wold guides us through, which is a comprehensive and very professional one. So as we begin, I'd like to I'll let Dr. Del Castillo kind of give an explanation of what light is so we can all get on the same page, and then a little bit about our program for a couple of slides, and I'll go into the details of what we've done with Wold and what options they presented to us for consideration, and then we talk about the next steps in the process after a discussion about what those options are.
Thank you, Dr. Rowe. So The Individual with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, requires that we provide services in the areas of education, independent living, vocational development, and basically support students to successful transition to post-secondary settings. LIFE was created in 2013 after separating from CEDOM's transition program. Our program is designed for students aged 18 to 22 years old who continue to need more skill development over an extended period of time before entering independent or interdependent adulthood. Transition services provided through the LIFE program are a coordinated set of activities designed to move the students from high school into adult life. These services are not a continuum of programs or services provided in high school settings, but rather supports to help students to become part of our community. Participation in the program is an IEP team decision, and each student's program is designed to meet their individual needs as identified by the team. Peer transition services provide an opportunity for students to work towards their post-secondary goals while providing training for employment. We have 5 tiers. The first tier is basically daily living skills. The second tier is community life learning. The tier 3 is foundational learning. The tier 4 is college-bound and direct learning. And what we call beyond the tiers is our students are in MCC classes or are currently employed. Again, decisions about placement of the students within the LIFE program are based in 4 considerations: the duration, frequency, location, and the integration of the services needed. The IEP considers the student's individual transition goals when making determination about services and the support that we recommended for each student. All our students in the program, like all our students with IEPs, have individualized schedules to ensure their needs are best met, both in and out of the classroom, with the greatest emphasis on community-based instruction.
Thank you. So to understand the needs of the program, I think we have to start with the growth that this program has experienced in the 10 years that it's been in place, 9 years it's been in place. It's been fantastic. We're extremely proud of it. Our students are doing some pretty amazing things. You saw, DeAndre leading the dance class a few months ago, and that's just one example of some pretty awesome things. The program is community-based because in an ideal situation, it would be in a central point in the community because they interact with the community on almost a daily basis. I have aspirations of a storefront, giving our students the experience of selling some of their products and interacting with the public and learning some of those life skills and communication skills that will truly allow them to show their independence. So, Life currently has first 57 students in our 18 to 22. They need 50 parking spaces for visitors, staff. Because as you can see, for 57 students, we have 25 to 30 staff that supports those students. There are obviously increased needs in terms of that support from social workers to physical therapists, occupational therapists. They're currently using 6 classrooms, so 10 to 12 students per classroom, living within the guidelines of IDEA. And I mentioned that storefront. So on that chart, you can kind of see what Wold led through our special education administration through the exercise of 6 classrooms at the standard 800 square feet, common areas, an apartment, large conference rooms, the sensory room, physical therapy, OT, the nurse's office, various offices for some of the other support staff, to modified restrooms that are a requirement and necessary. Obviously, the ADA necessities are if they have the list as well, must be considered. So what emerged were 4 options. I'm going to walk through each of those options, and what Roger's done for us is put in pros and cons of each option, along with the total cost, that are back in line with really this, with what Dr. Juan and Dr. Del Castillo were able to lay out based on feedback that we received from from parents as well as the teachers in the program. So option one is building a brand new standalone facility. This is obviously the ideal scenario of having a standalone facility, hopefully ideally in the center of the community. But the pros, we can custom build it to our needs. We can design and accommodate expansion in the future if the program grows. Currently, the 57 students we have, there is a desire for neighboring communities to come to our program. We would love for that to happen. So we want to be in a position where we're thinking about this program's growth in years to come. And just to keep in mind, that was a question that popped up. Typical in tuition is in the $11,000 to $12,000 range for a student to come in. That's a tuition set by the state annually. The ability to create its own identity as a standalone facility. The cons are obviously there's higher renovation costs, or a higher cost than a renovation because we're building from scratch. We are seeing, as Mr. Rikosik has said in recent months, and Roger even confirmed that the cost of new construction right now, from materials to labor, is skyrocketing. So the estimation that Wold is giving is an $8.25 million project for a standalone facility. Option two is something was really our first investigation of an option. We have a strong relationship with the village, and the village was the first place we went of what opportunities do you see to repurpose a property that we may be able to engage with. And the Union Special Professional Development Building has not been in use for quite some time. So it's on 4th Street, kind of if you by Fast Eddie's on Route 47 is where that is. Pros for this building is an existing building. Their site utilities are already in place. It can be designed to create its own identity, and it is centrally located. The cons of this building is there's a lot of work that needs to be done. It's a 2-story facility with a freight elevator only, so we would have to do a lot of work to make this ADA compliant. Space is divided into 2 floors. Again, you mentioned the ADA complexities. Neither the building nor the site features anything that's ADA compliant. It was built in the 60s. Building has a number of maintenance items needed as new windows. We are almost certain that there will be an asbestos abatement that will be required. And then due to the maintenance repairs, renovation will be a higher cost than an option of simply renovating one of our district buildings. So it also has only 10 spaces for parking. So we would obviously need to do a lot of site work around the back in terms of the bus loop, added parking. The benefit here was some positive would be connecting Wolf Drive from there all the way back to, I believe that's Algonquin Road, would be a necessity for this to happen. So I think there's actually a lot of benefit to the community there. But either way, this project is a $6.35 million project estimation from Wolf. Option number 3 is adding on to an existing building within the district. The 2 locations that you see there, you can't see because of the screen, but it's on the back, it's on Heineman, on the back side of Heineman, and this other is on McCaven. That's actually Conlon, on the back side of Conlon. So the pros here, custom build addition, we can build to our needs, just like we're building a brand new building. Can use existing parking lots. The bus drop-off system is already in place. It can be designed to accommodate our ideas and expansion. Create its own identity. Can share the building with nurse that's already in the facility. Sharing resources is always a priority. So cons, again, higher cost than a renovation because you're like building brand new, just attaching it to an existing building. And there's, if you remember from some of the comments earlier in the summertime, there's some negative stigma around our 18 to 22-year-old population being the younger population. It's going extremely well at Marlowe, but it's important to acknowledge that perception was there. And the cost analysis here is a $7 million project in order to do that. There would be some advantages of tying into existing utilities in the building, but that's it's still a $7 million project. And option 4 would be renovating a wing at Martin. Martin currently has some sizable space available that are not being utilized. So pros at Martin, again, custom renovation, we can suit it to our needs. We can use the existing parking lot and drop-off structures. It can accommodate expansion if necessary. so an identity can be in place, we can share the building next to the cafeteria. Fewer renovations in Union Special because our buildings are up to a more recent code, and ADA is already built into our planning. And there's no property purchase cost. The cons, again, I'll start with the stigma of being attached to an elementary school and being older students. Taking up an elementary capacity that may be needed in the future. And I'm going to make some comments about some of the expansion that we're seeing in Algonquin, particularly on this campus, for just a little while. But that is something to consider. And it may lead to, again, being a temporary solution. And one of the core principles we're trying to really abide by is it is a permanent home. We don't want life to have to continue to move. But it's a $2 million renovation. But for, I think, obvious purposes, this is not our preferred option. It's the cheapest option. But again, a temporary fix is not our preferential end point. So, of those four options, I'm happy to go through some of them in more detail, bring them back up, dive a little deeper. But where we stand now is we wanted to bring this to you and just update because we said we would come back. Our original goal was January to get back to you with this, but the process took a while. So now we're here. I wanted to share those with you, and we've scheduled a parent meeting coming up in the next few weeks to go over some of these details and some feedback from our families that are in the program. But also expand that beyond just the parents that are currently in life, because by the time a project of this magnitude could potentially be completed, the parents that are currently in our program aren't going to have students that are in the program anymore. So we want to engage our families a little bit younger group as well. So those will be the next steps. I think there are options that we can explore in the meantime of life being at Marlowe. We've done an awful lot in terms of creating a doorbell for access just to their space at Marlowe. There's additional renovations that could be done inside the pod to continue to improve that area for them. They do have their own entrance. We can make that a more formal entrance if we really needed to. The storefront is the thing we can't replicate at Marlowe. So I've engaged with Melissa Stocker, who runs on the economic development side of the village of Huntley, seeking options for storefronts in Huntley, so that the students can experience the classroom at Marlowe, but maybe a classroom and a storefront experience out in the community until we make a decision about the direction that we're going to go, or it turns into an aspect that it's really working for us, and Marlowe is working and the storefront's working. We don't know that yet. So Melissa has been gracious from the village, and then I have engaged with and reached out. I did reach out, nothing fruitful, but I did reach out to the owner of Listed, because that's kind of the place we've always had our eye on. I don't have any reason to think that's going to necessarily work out, but I want you to know that we're going beyond just what we have here to keep our options on the table. So again, Roger's here if you have any specific questions for him, or I'm happy to go back to any of the options and thank you for listening.
The 25 to 30 support, is that fully dedicated to this program, or the other?
Support staff of the program, 25 to 30 staff.
Yes, that's for the program.
Okay, so it's like a 2-to-1 ratio, basically.
Yeah.
Well, support, we have paraprofessionals, we have also job coaches, it's not only the paraprofessionals. When we're talking about support staff, it could be paraprofessionals, it could be job coaches too that are.
Yeah, I'm saying that's all they do, right? It's just programs.
Yes,
Okay.
definitely, that's all, they're full-time in the program, yes.
Okay.
What it is now,
Yeah.
correct? I mean, it's what's going on right now.
I have a couple things.
Sure.
So there's currently 57 students. Do we have a projection on how many we're going to have in the next few years? Like a forecast, 5-year forecast?
We think it's gonna go up. The only other factor that we took into consideration is that in 2021, there was a new law in effect when we go until 22 years. Now, before it was 21. So that has a huge impact because we have our students 1 more year. Before we have only 18 to 21, now it's 18 to 22. And we think that it's going to be definitely around, when we talked the last time, it was 30%. We have 57 students now. We're thinking of that in the next 2 years, it's going to be around 30% of increment number of students.
We know the students that are obviously in our pipeline, our strategy A classrooms, our life skills classrooms in the high school currently. And then the students that aren't necessarily in a self-contained classroom, but might benefit from the services and the opportunities that Light provides. That's where it's a little bit more unpredictable. But
And then I would assume when we start to grow, and then you talked about having other communities, there's interest from the surrounding communities, so it has the potential of really growing beyond the.
Yeah, I think there's no reason to think we couldn't have more than 100 students in this program.
And it's just,
if we have the space.
Right.
We stopped tuitioning in students after all because we didn't have the space, but definitely it's an interest from other districts.
How much time do they actually spend in the building versus out in the community? Are they primarily in the building, or are they, is the goal to have them out and about in the community?
That's the goal, but it depends on the tiers. That's when the tier system gets into place. We have tier 1. They're mostly, I will say, in our building. That the idea is it's very fluid. Our students go to their employment, they go to their place when they are getting those skills. Some of them go to MCC. So the day is very fluid. They come in and out, and that's part also of the training that they get. But yes, it's in and out, and depending on the tiers.
Okay. I talked to a parent of a future Light student, and just kind of asking her thoughts on this, and she had a really great idea, and I thought it was just worth mentioning that if for some reason we have to have this as an addition to one of the elementary schools, that her child, it would be great, and I would assume the other kids too, to make them kind of a partner with that elementary school. For example, they can go to the office and, deliver messages or, whatever throughout the building, and kind of include them in the elementary school as helpers or mentors or partners with those students. And I just thought that was a really great idea. If that's something that, if we end up being connected to one of the elementary schools, I think that'd be really good for those students. But that being said, I really think that the parents need to be a part of this decision. These are their kids into adulthood. So I'm glad to hear that there's going to be a meeting next week and that the parents are going to have a voice, so.
So to be clear, we don't have a date specifically set.
Oh, sorry.
In the coming weeks, I don't want to.
Whenever they.
We did have a meeting.
Call and email me, and we're working on it.
Oh, sorry.
Absolutely.
No, we did have a meeting last week. It was last week? Yeah, last week we did have a meeting with them just to share the big picture, and waiting for, get the feedback, but also we let them know that we'll have a meeting after, this board meeting, so we'll have a clear direction, or we'll have more information. So it was just a meeting we have the idea to have this update, continuously update the parents. So yeah, the next meeting will be probably the next week, and we'll have some more information to share with them.
Okay, great. And just my last thing is, I'm sure, because we're so good at finding grants and money, I wonder if there's some kind of grant that we can apply for to help with the funding of it.
Well, we're always on the lookout.
Yeah.
What we do have in terms of the STEP grant existing, there's some increased dollars coming with that. That's not going to be able to go in support of purchasing a building or building a building, but it can go in support of leasing a storefront or the supplies that are for the program. So we have that. We have increasing in IDA funds that we're looking at this not going to fund this project. Capital improvement grants are, I think we got what we were going to get about
Yeah.
10 years ago.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. This is going to have to be a local fund purchase.
So,
Have a fundraiser.
when you talk about location, what criteria are you looking for in the location?
Well, Dr. Notice, I lay on you for that. I think, for me, in watching this program, being a part of this program, growing up, and then listening to their vision for the program, it's important that it's a part of the community. It's the center of the community. If we could find something off of the square, that would be the most ideal scenario possible. The original ideas were one of the houses along in a 2-block radius of the square that was converted to a school.
Yeah.
And as we really got dove in, the storefront became one of the driving factors. So that's where the idea of, contacting the village of what storefronts are available. So, Mrs. Stock is getting some of those options. However, marrying the two together is maybe more of a challenge than we might realize. The Union Special property was one that was really appealing. Yet, when we got in, there's so many possibilities there. Yet, for the storefront and the ADA challenges that we would face, they're real.
Yeah.
So, that's where we kind of diverged with the idea of does the learning space have to be married to the storefront? It doesn't. And that's why we may dip our toe into having both right now, since this is going to be whatever is decided many years down the road, 3 to 5 years down the road, these projects just take that much time.
Right.
That doesn't mean we can't have a storefront and kind of take some steps toward our vision now.
Because when I looked at the pros and cons and hearing about the anticipated growth or expansion of this program, I really have a hard time looking at any other options but building our own. I think the message that you said about this is our opportunity to personalize this, customize this, and make it our own. If it's attached to another building, it becomes difficult to make it your own. Unless, that you're attached to something else, so it kind of marries that character. When you look at taking an existing property, you have to build the functionality within what you have. The Union Special, you're looking at 50 spaces today for 57 students. If you start expanding that, you're going to need more spaces. And when you add that onto the existing school structure, you need more spaces and more spaces and more spaces. And so you're going to add something and then constrain it almost immediately, as I see it. And I'm probably oversimplifying it. So then I start thinking, okay, where do we have property? One is across from the high school. That's not very good from a storefront, plus always that overhanging potential of the Algonquin Road reroute, and that's not an option in my head. Then I think about the farmland that's right adjacent to the Reed Road campus, that little corner near the fire station, which had the access road in there for a future high school. Well, we know the high school is not going to be an option anytime soon, but that's land that we own. And then going off book, if you will, there's that space that's across from the new fire department right near the village hall, near the library. And then you have to go and purchase the land because it's not something that we own. But again, is it storefront and how much of it is school front? And because how much storefront is there available in Huntley, and how much building is there going to be of future storefront in order to fill that need? Another place is on 47 across from Hub 47 near the Grafton Township offices. That's on 47. That looks like it's some vacant land, and it's been vacant for a long time.
And why he's not here, he's mad at me when I say this about it. As I'm advocating with Dave Johnson when we were together, I've been advocating for, just like everybody else, restaurants on the north side of town, gas stations on the north side of town, in that space. Route 47 property is extremely expensive.
And I don't doubt that for a minute.
So you take the building cost in addition to purchasing land, but you're right, your points are valid. Actually, if I thought about purchasing property for this program, the lot right across the street from the firehouse was the one that I had in mind. I'm not sure if it's even for sale or available, who owns it, but if we have, our, we're getting down the road, I think some of the things that we have to consider, and I think that we have to monitor the construction costs and what happens coming out of this pandemic. I don't want my words taken out of context. I am not saying this program doesn't deserve to spend whatever money is available to it. It absolutely does. I want us to have the very best program in the very best building that makes every district in the Kane County, McHenry County corridor, the Kishwaukee region, want to send their student 18 to 21 here. Yet, it might be worth considering monitoring construction prices and material prices as we come out of this pandemic before we commit to something. I think it's a responsibility to throw that out there.
Right.
But I don't disagree with you.
Dr. Rose, I just wanted to make sure you're aware, the board's aware, we do own another piece of land that's vacant, north of Martin. Now, there were soil borings done, in that area, and farther, with the size of the footprint of this building, might be adequate soil. If you go way up north by the branch of the Kishwaukee, it's a little sketchy. But I just didn't want the board to
So once your reference, so we're clear, it's the land between Covington Lakes and the townhomes just north of.
Yeah, all the way to the power line. We own all that farmland.
But under the power line?
Yeah, we have that cash rent farm. That's all ours, to the developments that are there.
So it goes back to how much of the importance is on storefront or convenience to the storefront or proximity to storefront versus actually being in a place that is storefront. And to me, that's kind of where my head goes on this, because very quickly, and we had a little bit of advance notice on the slide presentation. So as I'm going down the pro-con list, this is where my head is drifting the entire time, is these aren't not necessarily ideal to accommodate that future expansion. And when you're talking about 50 parking spaces or growing that to 60 or 70, how much of that starts to encroach on the existing campus? Can it absorb that plus the footprint of the building itself? So it's kind of where my head is right now, but obviously this has got a long way to go with a lot of other people's inputs. These are just probably the key things that are floating around for me.
Trying to think through the cost of it too, we talk about attracting, and I don't mean to be kind of a naysayer, just trying to figure out the ongoing cost of it. If that staffing ratio holds and you're charging $12,000 in tuition for anyone from the outside, you attract 50 more people from outside the district. They all pay $12,000 a year, but you've taken on kind of like $1.4 million in staffing costs. So now $800,000 in a hole. The better you get, the more in the hole you're going to get money-wise. If that simple ratio holds, is that something we have? The long-term summit to continue to fund and continue to grow in lieu of other things we would be doing.
Now, through some of that staffing, Dr. Garcia, I hope this isn't a silly question, but if a student and their IEP team should deem that student needs a one-on-one aid and they come from another district, that's that other district's responsibility to provide that one-on-one aid, not ours. So some of that cost would be offset.
Okay.
Yet, if we have to staff a classroom teacher for every 12 students, that cost would be ours.
Right.
So there is some of the point is valid, but some of the cost of the staff may be offset. Other districts' responsibility to education.
Right.
Transportation costs are that whole district to get them to us.
And then what other sources would there be if, say, we grew to 100 internally? How do we, that's just our dime regardless.
In our special ed reimbursement, right, Mark, there's elements for the teacher, economics for teachers, stuff like that. You're gonna get some special ed increased reimbursement on it.
Yeah, we would certainly get some reimbursement, but it's in arrears, right? But yeah, and that proration percentage is always floating between 60 and 70%. Right.
And also just to add, our step grant is the more students we have, the more money we get, the more successful our students are, the more money we get. And that's why the last years we're getting more money too, because our students are achieving their goals, their employment goals, and they have a specific, each student and each group of students have a specific goal. Once we achieve them, we get also money back.
How does that work? Like, who's the judge in that, so to speak?
And we just send it to the state. We send it to the state, and there are some goals. For example, in COVID, we have to communicate with the students, even if they were remote, we have to communicate with the students if they are employed. So there's very specific things that we have to achieve.
So they're objective markers.
Objective, exactly. Depending on the group of the students, some that are, are already employed, what are the goals they going, how many days from this month. So there are very specific objectives that we have to reach. And if we reach those, we get more money.
Okay.
I'm getting here. Cost. How do we, capital costs, or what are we thinking as far as how to take care of that? Whatever option we have, other than the super cheap option, which I'm sure you're not gonna do, you're gonna cost substantial amounts of money. So, Roger, can you do me a favor, just took the time to come out here? Can you come up for 1 second? I'm not asking you where to come up with the money, I'm gonna ask you where you kind of came up with the cost. So if I asked you 2 years ago how much this type of project would cost, what would it have cost a square foot?
250, 300 square foot.
250 is what I was thinking. All right, I'm trying to get a gauge on, I know you're hedging here based on the uncertainty of all these prices, I'm sure, right? I mean, it's getting this thing up to 350.
Well, certainly, we are actually doing some additions now that we are actually budgeting $450 a square foot. So it's a very volatile,
yeah, I mean, it's
strange
costly
market.
because they're special purpose buildings that require all the ADA requirements and stuff, so it's not like you're building a virtual warehouse.
Even those are expensive now.
Yeah, I know they are, but they're not this expensive. So I'm just trying to get a sense of it will come down. Most likely it's not, but maybe.
Well, again, what the experts are telling us, people that do cost estimating for a living, they're saying basically expect another 4% increase in cost this year alone.
Yeah, I'm thinking if you did it this year, I'm more thinking this is something to get 3 years out. 3 years out, so I'm just trying to figure out if they're assuming things, some equilibrium hits the marketplace, materials.
I can just tell you that my long career, that there's only been one time that I saw costs go down. So we're predicting that it's going to level off. I don't think costs will go down.
Okay. All right. You're here, so I'm answering the question. All right, now where are you gonna find the money? It's just easy. Okay, thank you, Roger.
Sure.
I think we all have a question for Roger. So what are we thinking as far as funding this? Coming from fund balances, coming from, what are we thinking?
Well, if we knew how we were gonna fund this, we probably wouldn't be looking at all the different options we're looking at. Well, that's part of the challenge, and that has to be looked at, right? We do have, a little over $4 million in reserve for replacement for capital projects, whether that be operational and maintenance, or that be capital in nature. Other than that, from a debt standpoint, we would have to figure out a remaining balance to be funded over the next 10, 15, 20 years. We'd have to issue bonds and treat them like we did with the Marlowe expansion at some point in time.
That's what
And we do have the Marlowe, and it is food for thought. We do have the 2016 19 bonds, coming off, in 2 years. In other words, we have 2 more years of debt payments regarding the 2016
But those are
bonds.
those the ones we abate?
Those are the ones we abate,
Yeah.
which means we are handling
So we're not.
those funds internally today.
Yeah.
And we would do the
Yeah.
same thing moving forward. And that would be an option.
I don't expect a hard answer, just start.
But thank you for, I had all
For
those
bringing that,
answers.
addressing
We
that.
would have came forward with one. Right.
Okay.
I have a question. Just so there was a brief meeting last week to get some feedback. You know, as much as I try to be involved with our special needs students, this isn't my world. And I just want to know, what are some of the questions, what are some of the most important factors that we as a board should be considering as we move forward and looking at all this? Are there a list of the concerns from the families that are, you know, currently in the LIFE program and future families? And I'd like to see their feedback as we, you know, move through this journey and really consider their needs, because they know best what's needed from this, or, you know what I'm trying to say? So, you know, this is,
I don't believe that meeting has taken place. Dr. Castillo and team met with, the LIFE parents to talk about, the process thus far, short of sharing the details of the options, because I wanted you to have sides of this public forum. So now that they've seen this, I think that's what comes the next step, is gather some feedback on what we have, align our internal priorities with some of the hopes that they have for their students in this program, and then we can help that shape our path.
yes, if you could please share some of that feedback of what's most important to, you know, the families.
I will. They share that, I can tell you preliminary what's important for them was, they don't want to move. They want something definitely that is permanent. And we talk about that, you know, it will take, you know, it's not going to be immediate, and it's going to be in the near future, but we know that we're going to stay, because they asked me next year, what the next year is going to be. So we talk about that, you know, they want their forever home. And, that was probably the main, feedback that we get from them. Then we talk about how it's Marlow going for them, the location of Marlow, and how we can, what are the things that we can improve in Marlow to make their learning experience better. One of the parents also, asked about the storefront, and how even if they don't, because some of the students will not be able to be in this location and will stay in Marlow for the next 3 to 5 years. So how a storefront will help to keep, you know, to start the foundations of a business, and then we can move to the other location. So basically, we talked with the parents, it was that. It was just to find a permanent location where their students can be for the rest of the program. The next meeting, definitely we need to get the feedback from the parents that we know, but we don't know who are the students, so we'll have to open to the special education parents, because you know that the IEP is a decision of the IEP, so we cannot predetermine who are the students that are going to go into the program. But we can definitely open to the special services of our students with special needs in general. Thank you.
What is, and this might be a really dumb question, but I'm good at that part, but storefront, what does that look like? Is there like a prototype that exists today that would show what that would be, or I'm trying to
Who has
visualize?
something like
All the transition centers have storefronts. Some of them have that, like Dr. O was saying, you know, attached to their learning environment. Others have just a different one. Ideally, we will have something where the students can sell what they do. The idea is to start from all the foundations of a business, since they do inventory, they buy the things, and
and then they finally have a final product to sell to the community.
So it could be like,
They make candles now.
So candles.
candles, okay.
Mm-hmm. Candles, they make candles, we talk about that in our parent meeting, candles, T-shirts, there's a lot of ideas, in the parent group and with the teachers that they are doing right now, but do this in a bigger scale and then.
So conceptually, it's just a venue to sell products that are involved.
Yeah,
Okay,
and all that.
That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yes, and all that it comes with that, all the skills that, that they will get from the whole process.
Okay.
There's no action tied to this, it was an update for discussion, gather some feedback, which we've got tonight. Thank you for that, and we'll keep you updated along the way.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Unofficially, that's the end of building your grounds. I'll turn it over to Dr. Rowe.
I get caught up here. All right. A few things in my report.
Thank you, Roger.
Yeah, thank you, Roger. All right, a few things in my report. I'll start with a little bit about the week that was and or is and a shift to a mask recommended environment. I'm going to touch on the appeal and some of the confusion there about the district's involvement in that, and hopefully clarify that, and then talk a little bit about some expansion within our community that we have our eye on. So I want to begin by recognizing the abrupt change the district has taken following the results of the TRO. Not abrupt for all, but abrupt for some. It was a right turn that some didn't see coming. I understand that this has caused some to be frustrated and upset and feeling as though our schools are not safe in a COVID environment. I also want to commend the vast majority of our parents, staff, and students for how well they have handled this change and continue to conduct themselves in the right way. Pay attention to anything in Illinois across the state. Our experience this week was unlike many, and we were fortunate for that. Prior to this weekend's ruling, I originally intended to deliver a message casting my vision forward for the next several months are hopefully going to look like. We are seeing the landscape around the country evolve and change along with the virus. I believe it's time that we start thinking about life beyond masking in schools. We obviously are here, but in the nature of where the court decision is at the appellate level, we have to get past that point and start thinking about what our life looks like beyond that. A number of states who have universal masking policy have set sunset dates for those to expire, and although Governor Pritzker's message yesterday did not include schools, and although we all are just as disappointed as everyone who expressed their feelings tonight, it's a step in the right direction, I guess. In an ideal situation, we could have cast a picture of our future and started to prepare for people for this change, which was our intention. I think saying in the next few weeks, this is what we need to start thinking about to prepare for what this change is going to look like, would have been our ideal scenario. But again, we're here. So we wanted to cast a picture for our future and start to prepare people for that change and ease some of that transition anxiety and help people understand why we feel in Huntley 158, we are at the stage of the game where it should be mask optional for all. We were preparing for this message. We were preparing for this message to be delivered tonight ahead of the TRO. And yes, COVID is still very contagious and it's a deadly virus for some. However, the vaccination rates in our area are strong and they continue to increase. Vaccines are available to all school-aged children, and Pfizer has requested emergency approval for those 6 months and older. It's an important factor in our decision-making, and later this evening, I'll share something of an internal decision-making process that we wanted to bring forth for discussion as to how we believe we need to be looking at keeping our students and our community safe when the virus, if we get another spike or if another variant emerges. So the virus has mutated a few times, and his recent variant, although extremely contagious, showed lesser impact and longevity and longevity of the illness and overall illness to the youngest people and those without a comorbidity, especially if they were vaccinated. As I think about life in an endemic, which I believe we are on the verge of being in, it is one that includes the choice to wear a mask in all aspects of life. On a larger scale, I believe that everyone needs to make some concessions in order for us to move forward on all sides. For instance, we need to acknowledge that the vaccine is safe and has been proven effective scientifically. Whether you elect to have the vaccine or not remains completely personal. However, I think we need to acknowledge its safety and that it is a good thing. We also need to acknowledge the declining risk that COVID-19 poses to the functions of everyday life. The majority of scientists and local health officials agree that we are not where we were 18 months ago. The nature of the virus has changed to a point where it has reduced severity, and continued presence will need to be something we have to live with. Our practices and decision-making processes should now reflect our ability as a society to move forward with both realistic mitigations and a return to normal social behaviors. We also need to acknowledge that at some point, we are going to have to accept that some level of risk must exist in our life, and it's time to start preparing for that life. Meaning that as the virus becomes more and more like other viruses we live with, our behaviors must begin to accept some level of risk, and we can move forward. We can also acknowledge that the high-quality masks, they do exist, as outlined by the CDC, which offer high levels of personal protection. As we move forward, the choice to mask in daily life may be a lasting part of our future. And for those who like to utilize them, they should be free to do so without ridicule, which we've heard over and over during our meetings. So I think the best thing that we can all agree on is the need to accept everyone has a different view on the situation and how we should progress forward. Just like me sharing my views on this tonight, hopefully they'll be accepted and not ridiculed. I only hope that we can seek some common ground and agree that it's time for us to cast our eyes forward. I believe it's time to look past the crisis portion of this historic event, but it's not time to forget and take all of the tools that we have and the endurance that we've gained over the last couple of years to find a way to work together and focus on Huntley 158 and improving the community in which we live. I guess the point, when I get into the presentation that I'm going to share a little bit later, I think you're going to see a change in thinking. And it's a change in thinking that has been brewing in our district for many months. And I hope that there's an understanding of the position that we are in as leading the school district in concert with the health department and trying to work and live as a public institution and the constraints for what the community wants versus what those who we report to outside of the district want, they were conflicting. That doesn't necessarily mean that our views as leaders of the district and as community members always necessarily align with some of the decisions we had to make. I, for one, am very happy with the direction that we're heading. I personally am very happy with the direction that we are heading. It is time that we take these steps forward. It is time that masks remain optional for whoever wants to wear one. The metrics are in an extremely good place. I will show you where they are. I will show you how our decision-making is changing in the district. But I also have to recognize the other side that doesn't feel that way. And I just wish that would be respected as well. So in the next portion of what I want to share is the district involvement in the appeal. And I heard every word of what was shared tonight. And they hit hard, to be honest with you. There's nothing underhanded about our involvement in this appeal. We're not trying to overturn the decision because we secretly want to be in a masked environment. That could not be further from the truth. But some questions have been raised. A couple of community members reached out about that. We are listed in the appeal, and the fact of the matter is we had to sign on to the appeal days before we even heard the outcome of the verdict. It was an interesting, as a named defendant in the case, we were forced to make that decision whether to be added before, like I said, before we knew the outcome, and so our attorneys could prepare that file. And to be honest with you, at that time, the direction the district was going to take was unknown, depending on the appeal. We were expecting 6 or 7 different variations of whatever that court decision was. But to be totally clear, we fully accept that court decision. We're not in any way trying to overturn it in an underhanded way, because as I said, a masked environment is not an environment that we like. We want a return to normalcy. We want choice, but we just need to, we were in a tough spot. I don't know how else to say it. You know, the attorneys explained as I raised the question, and in fact, did attempt to question why are we involved in the appeal when the governor is appealing from the state, and we would be subject as a named defendant in the case. We're subject to the decision of the appeal regardless. Or the document's already filed. There's no way of pulling our name off of the document that's out online. So the state is seeking the governor's ability for a widespread mask mandate. The districts that individually are listed are seeking something different. They're seeking local control to be able to make decisions and not be constricted by the ruling of the original court case. There is some belief that even if you go beyond masking on a day-to-day life to fight COVID, there are questions that are being raised about wearing masks in shop class. And we all know that when you're in shop class and you're cutting wood and it's fine, you typically wear a mask like Mr. Troy has on. And if someone makes a choice not to do that, it's an unsafe environment. And we as the school feel that should be something that we have the ability to implement because we know what our students need in a class they've not been in before. So there are variations of that our attorneys are saying is important. Again, I'm not an attorney. We're kind of along for the ride in terms of helping them. And what's been really frustrating and challenging through this whole process for us is different attorney groups offering different advice. It's been a challenge just to understand what the guidance to follow versus making our own choice, which was reflected in the attorney's advice versus what the board did. And that should be something that is acknowledged. So I hope that provides some clarity. We had to sign on to the appeal before we knew the outcome. Again, as I said, we accept the ruling. And to be honest with you, we had a fantastic week at school. It was probably one of the best weeks we've had in a long time. Our students were happy, our teachers were pleased, and as I look around the state of Illinois, I want nothing to do with that, of what some of the other schools are experiencing. So I hope that this path forward continues, and I hope that we don't see what some fear would come with an unmasked environment is a spike. I don't anticipate that we will. I've done my research on states that had a mask mandate, states that don't have a mask mandate of similar population size. The data is all over the place. You can't tie that if a mask mandate was in place that you had a lower positivity rate or a lower number of cases in states of similar population. But yet we are here and we have to live with the directive that we were given. I know there's different views on that, but that's the case. So anyway, hopefully if there are any questions on the initial parts of the statement or the appeal, so we're all on the same page, I'm happy to answer them. But I just hope that offers some clarity. If I kind of bounce around, I mean to be confusing if that was the case.
Yeah, I guess I'll just hopefully quick here, but, you know, when I was thinking back to the events of Friday, Saturday, Sunday, being listed on that appeal or not, and not just for my own view, didn't even cross my mind because we're trying to decide what you're going to do that's going to affect 9,000 people the next day. It's paperwork in my mind. So it wasn't like you said, it wasn't an underhanded plot to subvert anything. It was, what do we do that's best for tomorrow for 9,000 students and hundreds of teachers? And that was the focus. You know, I think we made the right call, and I would agree that the events this week kind of validated that fact. So that's all.
Well, and what's been going on for months is trying to work through the processes that exist. I have a weekly call with the health department. I think when I sign on, they grumble because they know what's coming. There's a challenge to what they're presenting us where the logic and the science clash. And it's not, regardless of your views on this, on which side of the aisle you're on, because unfortunately it has become incredibly political, and I wish it wasn't. But logic and science have been clashing for quite some time in this state. And when it was increasingly obvious that political decisions were being made that had an impact on how we were operating in schools,
it becomes extremely frustrating for those of us that just want to focus on kids and making our schools better. None of us signed on to become epidemiologists and make people wear a mask. And so as I've continually pushed the health department to push IDPH through the proper channels, it has become extremely frustrating when I'm banging my head against the wall and I'm not making progress. So for what it's worth, I am thrilled that you made the decision that you made on Sunday and have put us on this path. I will do everything that I can to ensure that that I continue pushing our governmental agencies to reflect the decisions that you have made, because I think we're there and it's the right one. And when you see what I have to present in a couple of minutes, I think you'll understand that and why we're going to suggest the changes in how we make our decisions that deviate from where we were in August. And I'll explain that. So my final points that I wanted to make had to do with community growth. I've asked Mr. Altmeyer and Dr. Budzinski to collaborate on a project, our Forecast 5 software and Power School information, to project district growth and where our growth will take us over the next several years. We have developments on Old Terrace Hill Golf Course. We have developments behind Cider Grove, right outside this window that you can see, developments that's going in behind the Village Hall on Huntley Road. And I was just contacted by Lennar about a development that they're proposing in Algonquin directly across the road from Square Barn, directly across from our entrance to Academic Drive, 150 home subdivision. So the interesting thing about all of those is they all come here. They all come to this campus. Well, this campus has the most space. In terms of McCaven and Conley, there's space. Heinemann right now doesn't feel like they have very much space, but the projections in the next few years, they should. But then again, you have Callamore and Legee is full. I mean, they don't have an empty classroom. The classes are fantastic, but they don't have an empty classroom. They should have, 2, I think, next year, based on enrollment projections or so. But point being, if Callamore continues to expand, we need to do our best to begin predicting what that's going to happen. Because we're 3 or 4 years from any of that really becoming a reality of something we have to really deal with. So in years past, we've engaged with an outside partner to do that forecasting, and Mr. Altmeyer feels pretty strongly we have the capabilities in our own internal software that we can do that and see where our families live and project. I mean, I think Decision Insight told us that 20% of homes will produce school children. I think we can look around our community and with common sense just know that's not the reality. A home in our community is likely producing a child that's going to come to school. So, but we need to make those decisions. So like I don't want to go down the road of redistricting. I'm hoping that we're not going to have to, but we need to know what the information is so we can make a good decision and determine if Heinemann is going to be able to handle this type of growth. Because Marlow does have some space, and Martin has some space, and Chesapeake has some space. I want nothing to do with redistricting again, but again, we have that many sizable communities that are going to be built within our school district. We have to take a look at it. So I have a meeting with Algonquin coming up about the neighborhood across the street. I think in 2 weeks, because it'll require the transformer that has all of our power is directly across the street, so it'll require us to lose power for a period of time. We'll figure out when that's going to happen. And I'm advocating for that they really consider a stoplight and widening Square Barn Road if that subdivision is going to go in. Because if you travel on Square Barn now, I believe it warrants it, but I'll have to do a traffic study. So with that.
What did they say? It was 150?
150 homes. Yeah.
I guess there's always a way to squeeze it.
It's bigger than you think.
It must be bigger.
It's bigger than you think.
I pass it every day, but
it's bigger than you think. Yeah. I can send you the diagram. That's what they
flat.
Yeah.
Sub-survey.
So depending on how much space is needed here, our previous conversation about doing an add-on for the light program kind of clashes in that same time frame.
Potentially, yeah.
Potentially. I'm not sold that like an addition is going to be necessary because of this. I don't.
I get that.
In my mind.
He means for light, though.
But if we were talking talking a moment ago about doing an addition onto one of these buildings on this campus for the light program.
Gotcha.
And that time frame coincides with the development across the street with the influx of more kids coming onto this campus as it stands. So how that all compounds at the same time onto this single location, it just builds on itself.
Well, I think part of that analysis we have to look at is when we graduate students, their parents aren't leaving. So our homes aren't turning over. Eventually they will, but right now, as we graduate kids, they're in college or working or trade schools, and their parents are staying put.
Sure.
Right. I mean, how many of you are perfect examples of that? So, at some point that will turn, but we have to take that into account.
Sure.
So we can do some of that predicting, I think, through the forecast five maps, I think it's called. All right. That's all I have for my report. I can, get on down to the next section.
19.2, right?
All right, yes, 19.2 is our actually 19.1, the strategic plan mid-year update. You have a copy of that. I intend for this to be very brief. We're on track. Things are going, the projects are moving ahead in the right direction. I just wanted to offer a couple of updates. We're seeing some nice, you'll see next month our student data report. We're seeing some really nice growth that our students are exhibiting this year, which we're really excited about. But a couple of things to highlight that we have in the works in our mid-year strategic plan update, the dual degree program. We've reported on that in the past. We're very excited. It's off the ground. Students are enrolled and are getting geared up to kick that off in the fall. The elementary literacy action plan has been extremely positive. Our administrators and teachers are sharing feedback about the quality of that, the science of reading, these core reading standards that they're working on, and how they feel more armed to tackle reading instruction, which if you can wrap your head around teaching a child to read, it's a monumental task. Our teachers are excellent already, and this is strengthening their skills. And then we flipped the switch, as you know, over to huntley158.org. With that comes a lot of branding and reminding people about that site. So you'll see us starting to use, instead of District 158, you'll hear us say Huntley 158 over and over and over. But the website is much faster. It's aesthetically more pleasing, and we're really enjoying that. And then operational efficiency, Mr. Altmeyer uses that about every third word whenever he's doing his presentations, which is a good thing. But he mentioned the electric buses tonight. That's one of the projects, our LED light retrofit to continue the pre-treatment salt application. It's Mr. Rinkosik and team are really pushing at the liquid treatment that we're putting down. Not only is it more cost effective to do that in-house, but we're not offsetting and pushing salt into the water systems in our area, which is important. And then the coffee shop at the high school, it took a while to get that thing open, but now that it is open, it is bustling and offsetting some of our expenses in terms of food service. Kids love it. The coffee's great. The smoothies, as predicted, are a hit. So it's going well. It is good coffee. It is good coffee. And that, in terms of strategic plan update, that's all I have. But everything is on track. As you know, the academic benchmarks, we won't be able to share those until August when we have it. But you'll get a sense as to the trajectory we're on next month. Questions or keep going?
No.
All right.
Do you guys have any questions?
All right, so my next topic this evening is the return to school plan COVID mitigation. So the proposed adjustment in our thinking, I referenced it in my earlier presentation. And just as a brief reminder of the mitigations that we have in place, we are in a strongly mask recommended environment, physical distancing of at least 3 feet in every situation possible. Shield testing continues to be an option for anyone who elects to use it. Hand sanitizing stations have been installed in all of our classrooms and common areas. Routine cleaning and disinfecting in line with the CDC guidelines is in place. enhanced filters, that Mr. Rinkosik he didn't mention the filters, but he mentioned some of the other efforts in terms of reverse airflow and bringing in additional outside air that is impacting our energy efficiency, but it is circulating fresh air much more frequently. And of course, staying home when you're sick. So now on to kind of this decision-making process and the evolution that we feel that is time to make. And we put this image up here because we're familiar with it. However, don't fall victim to thinking that it's the same thing, because in our current model, it's based on county incidence rate. Right. So in our current model, when we get to substantial incidence rate, which is at 50 per 100,000, it's automatically triggered to go into a universal masking system by the plan. What you'll notice here is that's not in place. For the district, we transition whenever we transition between mitigation measures or make changes, we obviously would communicate with our families. And when I say making changes, when we add or take away one of the mitigations that are there. Remember the Swiss cheese got some laughs at the beginning of the year. The Swiss cheese model of if you take one away, multiple layers are still there to protect our students. So for instance, if we took one of these, one of those away and say we stopped the outside, the dramatic input of outside air, but had those others, that we would wait for a while and see how that was impacted. So decisions moving between these zones will be based on what we feel is most important, which are in-district measures. We want to take that back from the county, yet we must pay attention to the county-based measures as well.
Right, make that clear that the old model was mostly off of county metrics.
It was 100% off of county metrics.
Newer model will be off of our own.
District, while paying attention to the community spread and the impacts. And I'll go into those details on the next slide. The structure still does allow for us to remove them one at a time, as I mentioned, and be flexible. Flexibility, I think, is what we're after, not the rigidity in which we're living now, obviously. I'm losing. Stop, share, and reshare. I apologize. Bear with me.
It was in your email. What's in your email from today?
All right, so how we're proposing this just be is that we pay attention to the risk factors in our schools. So the Huntley 158 metrics, we would pay attention to the active positive cases that we have across all of our schools. We would pay close attention to our in-district positivity rate. And then we would pay attention to the strain on our schools, meaning the availability of our staff. Omicron posed a serious strain on our system. And there were days where it was held together by Band-Aids and shoestrings, to be honest with you. But obviously we have to have staff in the schools in order to stay open, and remaining open is our priority. And then of course, outbreaks fall into that same category. In terms of the county, we pay attention to the community transmission, which is the county incidence rate that the health department has placed a lot of emphasis on. We pay attention to the county vaccination rate, because in theory, this is where a lot of the logic comes from. A higher percentage of vaccinated individuals turns into a lesser strain on the community, meaning on the hospital. Right. If you get COVID, the likelihood that you're going to have a less severe reaction to it or response to it is there. So we need to pay attention to the hospitals. And a lot of the research the conversations we've had, the research we've done, the strain on the public health system is really one of the more important ones on the community side. Is can the hospitals handle the surge if it were to come? So what does that look like in our current situation? So as of yesterday, we had 31 positive cases in the district. Okay? 9,600 students, 31 cases. That is 0.03% of a district positivity rate. The county is at an 88 per 100,000. So 88 cases per 100,000 people in the county. I think 3 weeks ago, we were at 1,500 per 100,000. So you can see the dramatic decline that we've experienced. And then the county vaccination rate, 28% of children in the county, not our school district, 5 to 11 are vaccinated, 56% 12 to 17, 69, 18 to 64, 91% of our seniors are vaccinated. So if we take this philosophy and look back at our plan for how we make this holistic decision, what we're proposing is a different way of thinking where it's not a trigger that if we hit this point, this happens. Like in our current system, if you hit 51 incidence rate, it's universal masking. What we're proposing now is we look at all of this information that fuels a good decision, and as we have removed some of these other mitigations, like for instance, if we remove some of the mitigations of the physical distancing and brought our desks all back together in the clusters like we prefer to have them, and we're seeing an increase in cases, our decision would be, let's go back to that. And there's no trigger. It's common sense decision making of there's no trigger point that's forcing our hand to do something.
So just to be clear, so you have here in district positivity rate, there's no like magic number where, you know, we're just going to.
So we're building this philosophy based on the mindset that we're moving forward in a mask optional environment. Because that's when I say we need to cast a vision forward beyond the immediate crisis. We need to cast a vision forward for the remainder of this school year, which I hope at some point before we get to the end of the school year, this will be classified as an endemic. And then the crisis has seemingly stopped, but COVID's not going away. It's going to be a part of our lives moving forward. And there may be the time when, like the flu in recent years, and I'm not comparing COVID to the flu, but in recent years, the flu spike has hit 20%, causing 20% absence rates in our schools. And there's a response to that. And in some schools, it's been closing down for a few days. Now, we, of course, don't want to do that, but if we have a common sense, holistic approach at looking at the best data we know that impacts to know when it's really going to be a tipping point for our schools and cause problems, we can make common sense decisions as to what are good actions for us to take. Spreading desks apart, increasing our spacing at lunch, enhancing the amount of outside air that we bring in is costing us a lot of money. At some point, we're going to go back to normal. The filters that we are using are dense, very expensive filters. At some point, we're going to stop using those and maybe resort to just using them in the wintertime when flu season and we've known the history of COVID spikes. So we have the ability to enhance some of those mitigations without it just being a trigger of our hands being tied. Because early in the pandemic, the northern part of the county was raging and we really weren't. Yet we were following county metrics. And I think we need to focus on ourselves. So in closing, just kind of some of the points I've already made. We've learned that the virus is typically less transmissible and lower risk to younger people without health conditions. We know this. Vaccines are widely available to 5 and older. Pfizer has requested the authorization for emergency authorization is 6 months plus, so people who elect to get that vaccine are going to have the ability to do so. Our schools and classrooms remain the safest environments in our communities, and we must remain open for students. And while this week's change in practice was sudden and the ruling was out of our control, our students and staff in the community's response solidified our belief that we can safely and successfully move here. And it's time to change our way of making decisions that is maybe partly controlled by the county health department or influenced by the health department, but it's more about us and what we know is best for us. So I'm not seeking approval of any kind at this point. I'm seeking feedback on this kind of decision making. I will bring our plan formally back to you in the near future for that update that we talked about. We need to formally update, the plan to include, all students as being masks optional. That, because before it was only those that had access to the vaccine, so there is an update that is needed. I think the update, we also must remove all of the mandate language in our update so that it's truly a locally controlled, decision. So some of our language was, we must do this because the mandate says so. It needs to be because the board says so. And so those are some of the updates we'll be bringing, but I was looking for a little feedback on your thoughts around, this type of decision making.
I like the framework overall, because I think what it addresses is the fact that the storyline evolves. If you look at now, between now and 6 months ago, now in March 2020, dramatically different circumstances, and we know a lot more. There's a lot more tools, and I think the rationale is solid, but in some cases, you don't know what you don't know, where a turn in one of these things that, as we're looking at now, a month from now, may mean something entirely different. And I think as long as it's fluid and rational, we can be more, responsive without getting boxed in.
Yes, that's the goal.
What do you think?
No, I don't have anything to add.
Guess what I tell you is I'm perfectly fine to present. I don't know. Forward in that direction. Things have evolved a little bit more. People are vaccinated, they've had their choice to be vaccinated. Let the chips fall. Forward, give this a try. As long as we don't have a, massive spike in cases and stuff, sideways, but this accounts for if that happens, so fine. I'm on board 100%. And you were nodding your head, you look like you're on board.
No, I agree. I think it's, I like what we have here. I like the fact that, it's gonna be a little bit more here, controlled, so I like it. I'm gonna move forward.
Okay, well then I may be back in March, in the March committee of the whole with,
So I
the recommendation.
I do have to ask a question about what happens if this case does get reversed. Where do you think we're at? Based on how we forward.
Bagels next time?
Be a good idea.
Right.
Where we get in, if we don't take action along these lines sooner, that if something happens next week, in conflict potentially with.
Yeah, I think it's back to the future in that case, meaning it's the same situation in reverse that we faced earlier this week, and I think this gives us an inclination, but I don't think you can predict everything that's going to transpire.
No, and I agree. I'm not, and again, I'm not wanting to go backwards. Saying the motion was made. I'm concerned about being in conflict with that motion if things do change next week. That's what I'm concerned. So my question is, how do we address that to get in line with this sooner than later? Don't have a problem.
I mean, I think that some things you have to think about is, and just to be practical, we don't know the outcome of it.
And that's what I was gonna
And there's a risk there.
Right, yeah.
That said, as the superintendent of this school district, I have zero desire to experience what I've seen other schools around the state experience.
Correct.
We will not put children in a gym and not have their education. I can't do that. I've seen some horrific things occurring in schools around the state enforcing the mandate because they feel they are still supposed to, and I sympathize with them because I know what it feels like. They've been told they had
That's what
to.
the attorneys advise, I mean, it's what
Right.
the attorneys we.
But I fear for our kids if we had to go do something like that because that's not who we are, that's not how we treat our kids, that's not how we fight for our kids. And I think that, there have been things, personally, that's frustrating the painted of who we are as educators and what we're passionate about, and what we're here for. We are here for our kids, 100% of the time, all the time. And we've been in 2 years of an awful circumstance that has forced us to do things that at times we struggled with ourselves. But we didn't see another option because we felt we had to. But now that we're here, we have to walk a little bit of a fine line until we know that outcome. We do. It could go just like the original case. I talked to one of our attorneys today. It could go 6 different directions.
Right.
But I'm with you, Mr. Quagliano. I don't know that we can. It would be awfully hard to convince me that was a good idea to go back.
Right, so I agree, so, I mean, but you're right, shouldn't get too far out ahead of ourselves, we should just let that play out. We have to call a meeting to deal with something like that. I don't think we can do anything at this meeting.
No, this is not an action item.
It's not an action.
It's not an action item.
Right, exactly.
And I'll tell you why it's not an action item, because it originally was, and I had it changed on the agenda because it was calling for, it was a request to give me the authority to make the decision to move within our mitigation efforts that we had at our disposal without having to have a board meeting. So at the time when we were building this, universal masking was a thing. So that was one of our mitigation efforts.
Right.
And it gave me the ability to say, we're switching back to universal masking because, and at the onset of the ruling, I didn't want that in this presentation because I didn't want to cause confusion. I didn't want people to think that we were advocating and hoping, given the confusion that's centered around the appeal as is. So I wanted to have a conversation around just how we make the decision tonight. And when we know more, we can update some of those action plans.
Well, and the bottom line is you presented this, and so if we had to have a meeting, it can be, an action item, special meeting, it can be a one-item agenda with already, this is what we're gonna vote on, to adopt.
We can have the plan with the mandate language removed.
So everybody knows ahead of time.
Ready overnight.
Yes. So they would know that that's what we're in, that there is. I'm okay. Okay.
Your turn.
My turn. All right, I'm gonna try, me and Mr. Allmeyer are gonna try not to spend a lot of time on them. I usually just spend my time addressing the major themes of our speakers that come up before us, appeal, why we were doing it. You addressed that already, so I'll move on. The ESSER funds, the false narratives that get thrown out in public comments regarding, like, we're incentivized to have this mask, like wanting to have this mask mandate because there's ESSER funds that somehow are enriching our district. For what purpose, I don't know, but I was gonna have Mr. Altmeyer remind everybody what those funds get spent on. And I'm not quite sure where the enrichment comes from and whether you have to follow the money, that I heard from some speakers between Sunday and today. But I kind of off-put a little bit by those comments because I think they're just complete garbage. So can you explain again, first of all, let's explain that the board has never had a discussion like, oh, we have to do this to protect our ESSER fund, so that's never been at a public meeting. Administrative-wise,
No, administratively, we've had numerous meetings on how to expend the ESSER dollars, and in fact, we presented that at a previous board meeting, which I'll share a little bit, but, that's just not a thing. We don't talk about losing funding and tie it to masking and part of, Illinois ASBO and our professional development, and we have ESSER, ESSER seminars, and I've discussed ESSER with, I can't even tell you how many CFOs. Those are just discussions that don't take place. ESSER funds are to be used for, COVID-related expenses.
yeah,
right?
like
Whether
those
it's
filters,
increased
those
in-
heavy filters we were talking
Yeah,
about.
whether it's the heavy filters, the
the
supplies, the
maintenance.
masks, the hand sanitizer, the increase in custodial.
But
it's really now-
The filter company's being enriched, and maybe the maintenance company
Yeah.
is making a few more dollars.
But it's really the increase in cost to the district as a result of the pandemic. That was the initial rollout. And then ESSER 2 came along and learning loss, which is the gap in learning, became a thing. And in fact, the majority of ESSER 2 for the district, $720,000, is being spent on those types of things, So, and ESSER 3, which is the art funding, which we will be using next year and possibly the year after, are going to primarily be addressing curriculum-related needs, whether it's increase in personnel as a result of COVID or it's the learning gap that we're talking about. Those are things that we're going to be utilizing those funds for in the coming years. So we are, in fact, having a meeting shortly within the next few weeks to address the use of the ESSER 3 ARP funds over the next 2 years. So, but those are the things that we would use those funds for.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify, because, again, people are entitled to say what they want to say, but doesn't mean they have a clue what they're talking about. So I did want to spend a minute to dispel that false narrative. Just the one little, again, on the PO, I don't want to get into it, but as far as cost, I should tell you, taxpayer costs, it's $350 is what's getting spent on the appeal. It's the district's outlay, so we don't have a huge investment in that. So, just wanted to clarify that. So we'll move on, because we've spent more than enough time here tonight. Item 21 is Legislative Committee.
No report.
You have none.
No.
You don't want to,
Come on, have something.
you don't want to regale us?
Come on. Push
Legislative.
the midnight oil for real.
Push this in.
Okay.
I'll move it fast.
I got a list of questions for you.
All right.
Okay. All right, then we'll move on to our action items. Mike, thank you for coming. Appreciate it. 22 action items. Okay. Yes, we're getting there. Sorry. So, you're learning the hard way tonight. Sorry about that. Okay, item 22, want me on our Board of Education minutes. Any questions, concerns about the minutes? Not, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as presented in the agenda. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gentry. We have roll call.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mrs. Myarino? Yes. Mr. Praddy?
Yes.
Kevin, go ahead and take away 22-2.
All right, 22, items HR personnel report, I make a motion to approve, the HR personnel report as outlined and reviewed. Can I have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mrs. Myarino? Yes. Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
I'll go yes.
Mr. Praddy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
All right, if I could interject,
Okay.
I want to formally welcome, after much of a long, long night, now that it's official, Mrs. Miley Montezuma. Taking over at McCaven as our new principal. Welcome. We are delighted to have you, and thank you for your patience.
This was your first test.
Well, thank you.
They are not all this long.
I feel very grateful and be part of this very innovative and students and staff and community. I'm just looking forward to next year and getting to work with all of you even closer. So thank you.
All right.
Welcome.
Welcome, right here. Now, please don't stay till the end. You're welcome to go.
Yes, all right.
Really, it's just 5 more minutes.
We won't take any less.
Okay, so another item up here is item 22.22, office assistant, job description. Any commentary?
Just a little bit on this, to explain it. I'm going to preface this with Ms. Lombard and I worked on this when numbers were spiking. As you know, our nurses in the office have had many different items placed on their plate due to various reporting that they need to do, various systems they need to enter things into. So we created this job description and did post for this position out there during that time, hoping to bring some folks in to assist with that. Right now, we have this on the back burner, but looking for approval just in case we would need to bring folks in to assist in the future, but way on the back burner.
Okay. With that, I will make a motion to accept the job description as outlined in item 22.2.2.
Second.
Motion and a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Iarino?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Brings us to item 22.2.3, principal job description.
This is just HR housekeeping to update the principal job description.
Okay. With that, I will make a motion to accept the job description as presented.
Let you just,
Hello, is anybody awake?
no, yeah, no.
Motion and a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Iarino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Okay, takes us to finance committee.
Finance, 22.3, we have our payables, purchase orders, payables, impressed amounts and disbursements. Are there any questions or concerns related to those items? I'll make a motion to approve the purchase orders, accounts payable, impressed, issued, and disbursement as presented in the agenda.
Second.
Second from Mr. Gentry. Roll call, please.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mrs. Iarino? Abstain. Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 22.3.2. We have revenue contracts for fundraising. Any questions or concerns related to that? Not, I'll make a motion to approve the revenue contract as various fundraising activities as presented in the agenda. Second.
Second.
Second for Mr. Gentry. Can we have roll call?
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mrs. Iarino?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes, 22.3, levy year 2022 abatement. Mr. Altmeyer, you have anything to state?
No, this is simply the formal request, the action item to approve the $750,000 abatement discussed at last month's board meeting. It was a discussion item last month, and we wanted to bring that forward for an official recommendation. And that is to be used for next year's 2022 levy.
Okay. Any questions on this? From anybody? And I'll make a motion to approve the levy year 2022 abatement, $750,000.
Second.
Second from Mr. Gentry. Can we have roll call?
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mrs. Iarino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
It passes. Troy, can you handle that?
I hope so. Item 23.1, FMX agreements for computerized maintenance management software subscription and implementation services. Mr. Encostick, I'll turn it over to you to highlight anything of importance here.
Sorry for that long title. Kevin Lindquist was kind enough to be here all this time. I must tell you, he's worked very hard on this, he's taken the lead on this. I've been sitting on the sideline working with him, and we wanted to bring up our management operation to the 21st century. He can tell you a little bit about it. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you to the board, and Doug, let me speak briefly on this. I know it's been a long night for everybody. Doug and I worked numerous hours on this, on researching and interviewing companies for a new CMMS software program. We currently been using the facility tree now since 2005. We have agreed on coming up with the company FMX to go with. They have a new streamlining software program that fits our district and our department really well for numerous reasons. One of them is interactive maps for our buildings and our assets. We're able to track our costs more effectively on our repairs, and Doug is able to, or myself, able to present a report to the board more efficiently on that matter. We are seeking approval from the board to move forward with FMX proposal, and if there's any other questions, feel free to ask.
So this is replacing facility tree, is that's?
Yeah, facility tree and Schedule FM. So this new software has a module that's going to interact with our event scheduling, which Lori Woods runs that part of the district.
Mm-hmm.
As the event is approved by that person, it also schedules into our HVAC system automatically.
Okay. Oh, that's pretty sophisticated.
Yeah.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, no other module that we interviewed out there has that.
And that has no problem interfacing with the devices that we use?
No, so.
It's an open interface, isn't it?
Correct. The company that we're working with also works with our control solutions company for our BIS, or building automation system. So it should commingle with no issues.
Nice. You've been here a long time. You're welcome to have more of the floor if you'd like.
No,
You've earned it.
Tired. I'll be honest with you, I'm tired. It's been a long day.
He gets up early to get to work.
No, I get you. Yeah. All right. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, I mean, the only other question is, thank you for the job you did on it. I mean, cost-wise, you felt this thing was in line. I know it does more, was in line with everything that we're looking at, so it's fine.
This company has a presence in the United States, not much coverage in Illinois yet. And we hammered them pretty hard, telling them their price was high. And if you look at the cost sheet, you'll see all the discounts that didn't exist on their first offer. And because of our district's, high exposure in the state, I told them there's opportunities we could, if this is successful, people look to us, my peers look to us to see how you're doing.
So districts in the state that people follow us if you're, kind of like it's solar stuff, huh?
Amen.
Blazing another trail.
And nobody said it, so I just figured I'd tell you that this is an operational efficiency, clearly.
I appreciate it. I was just gonna chime in and say, Schedule FM has needed an upgrade for a little while, so I'm really grateful for this. I know our teachers will be too.
Thank you for your time.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Yeah. And this is not about ESSER dollars, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, with that, I will go ahead and make a motion to accept this agreement for FMX as the vendor for computerized maintenance management software subscription implementation services as outlined in the agenda.
Second that.
Roll call, please. Tony with the second.
Mr. Cray?
Yes.
Mr. Aaron?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mrs. Marino? Yes. Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes. Thank you. Item 23.2, the Collie Elevator Preventive Maintenance Services proposal. Mr. Encostick, anything to highlight on this one?
we really need a change on this because the contractor we were using had a real problem with protocol of communication to meet our expectations and meet the guidelines the state has for record keeping. My peers all told me that these are the guys to go to, that they all use them, and the price is even much less, so it's a win-win.
Very good, thank you. Any questions from the board on this one? Hearing no discussion, I'll go ahead and make a proposal to accept the Collie Elevator Preventative Maintenance Services proposal as outlined in the agenda.
Second.
Second by Mr. Quagliano. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Barron?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes?
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mrs. Iarino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes. Thank you. Moving on to 23.3, the JCI Preventative Maintenance Service Agreement. One last time.
Yeah, one thing I want to highlight on this is the newest kind of technology in HVAC equipment, being experimented with a lot of places. What I've learned from my peers who have been working with it is that it's very important. It's very complex. It's very important that somebody really knows what they're doing. So we do have the same contractor taking care of the chiller at McCabe. And so I called him and said, while you're in town, is this guy qualified? Can he just drive over to the high school when he does the service visits on that chiller? So the price is pretty reasonable. Somebody needs to take care of this, and it's too new for us to handle it in-house.
Gotcha. All right, thank you. Any questions from the board? I suspect not. Okay, thank you very much. I will make a motion to accept the JCI Preventative Maintenance Service Agreement as outlined in the agenda.
Second.
Second by Mr. Quagliano. Roll call vote for the evening.
Mrs. Iarino? Yes. Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes. All right, brings us to item 24, adjournment. Make a motion to adjourn this meeting at 11:42. 6 seconds.
Second.
Second, Ms. Melendi. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Okay.
All right.
One,